Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound.
If you're the meeting organizer, press star now.
After the tone, please record your name and then press pound. You're now joining the meeting.
Scott Sweeney.
Just I don't know, I guess they just want to pass a lot of paper around. You don't need to worry too much.
Hello, this is Scott.
We go through the reports and reprint.
Hello, Scott.
We're going to take a break after we go through executive.
Hello there.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, it was good to have you. You can take it around. I'm going to help you. I'm going to be the moderator, but you're always the chairman. So, would you like to call us into
Mr. Johnson, thank you so much. And as we discussed last evening, I'm remote today. I'm actually with my family today, but I wanted to first of all welcome everybody to the meeting, and I turn this over as far as convening the meeting to Mr. Johnson's very, very capable hands, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your assistance.
Happy to do it. We have a quorum here, Mr. Chairman. If you'd, I'll make a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing appeals, legal, and personnel matters. Second. It's been moved and seconded, Mr. Chairman. All in favor, say aye.
Hi.
You good with that?
Aye. Scott Sweeney votes aye.
We are in executive session.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Board member.
Scott Sweeney.
Welcome to the audio conferencing center. Please enter a conference ID followed by pound. After the tone, please record your name and then press pound. You're now joining the meeting.
David Mosley.
Is now exiting.
Scott Sweeney.
Is now joining.
Mike Long.
Is now joining.
Mr. Long.
Hey, Scott, Mike, what's going on?
Gentlemen, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
Mike Long is on the line as well.
Thank you, Mike. Good to hear your voice.
Mike, we were looking at a tournament in Jessup, and we opted for, we weren't going to play this weekend. We're going to be in Cordele, though, after all, but we were looking at one in Jessup. Starting to have the tournaments down there more and more.
I rode by this past weekend, and I saw the girls had almost every field, which was nice to see. So, welcome to our humble little group.
Yeah, we're finishing up school ball, the regular season tonight, and then if we win tonight, we'll make the playoffs. We'll play next week. So
The conversation may be broadcast in the boardroom as a whole, so I don't know if it's live there yet or not. Just FYI.
Okay. Well, I'm just talking about my daughter's softball. I don't mind bragging on that.
I'd love to hear about your daughter and what she's doing in softball. That's awesome.
David Mosley.
Is now joining.
Dr. Mosley, you've got Mike Long, Vice Chairman Downey, and myself on the line. How are you?
I'm fine. Just us girls, huh?
For the time being, and we could be live in the boardroom. I'm not certain.
Okay. Well, good to talk with you. Look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Yes,
I
sir.
hope to make the November and December meeting in person.
Yeah, I hated that I missed today. It was sort of a last-minute thing, and I'm very frustrated that I've got something that I have to do at the same time that the Reds are going to lose to the Braves in Game 2 after yesterday's debacle. So it's okay.
That was a good game yesterday, Jason. Real good.
It was. It went about like how I expected it. I mean, the Reds just can't. I mean, you can't get 11 hits and not score a run, and they had about 4 base running blunders that just looked like Little League. It looked like literally rec ball base running blunders.
All right. And gentlemen, I have been informed that the call is broadcast live stream currently.
Excellent. People can hear my commentary on the Reds Braves game and Freddie Freeman, who should win MVP.
Jason Downey, sports reporter.
Yep.
We got a little fall.
I think you may have seen what's that, Bush?
I said we got a little fall in the air down here. It feels good. I'm wearing long sleeve shirts for a change.
Mm-hmm.
Is now
Pretty
entering-
amazing. We've got to. Somebody's leaving. Who just left? Hello?
You got Butch. Scott's still on the line.
Okay. Weird.
Mike, you still on the line?
We lose Mike. Guess we lost Mike.
Jason, I'm going to go on mute, and I have to attend to something here just before the start of the meeting, so I'll just listen up for the start, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Kenneth Mason,
Jason Downey. Here.
Jason Downey, and Chairman Sweeney. So we have 4 online and
I'm online, David Mosley.
David Mosley, whom we know as Butch.
That's me.
So we have 5. Thank you for speaking up, Butch. So we have all our members present. Just not all of us present in physical form. Okay. I need a motion to exit executive session.
So moved.
It's been moved. Is it moved and seconded? Second. It's been moved and seconded. In discussion, hearing none, just all say aye.
Aye.
All right, and we are in committee of the whole. And for our regular meeting, we'll, Mr. Chairman, would you officially call us to order? Let me tell you all what's going on. Our chairman, Scott Sweeney, is not present with us physically. He is on the line. He is chairman. I'm just helping out. I'm Scott Johnson, a board member. I'm just helping out moderate for the chairman while he is not here to see folks raise their hand or just. I'm just here for the logistics. I'll do my best to moderate. You can give Chris Wallace my number if you think I did a better job than he. If I do a better job, he did Tuesday night. Go ahead and give him your number. Yeah, go ahead. So, Mr. Chairman, I turn it to you, and then we'll take it from as you give it back.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate you filling in today in my stead, and I also appreciate everyone joining us today for the October 1st, 2020 State Board of Education meeting. Today is a special day, not just because of the meeting, but additionally, we have an opportunity to welcome our newest board member. And Mr. Johnson, if you could, I'd like you to at least make a brief introduction of Leonte to the board as a whole and to those that are listening online, and perhaps have him share a few words about himself.
I will do so, and we'll allow our new board member to introduce himself, and then I will recognize guests, and we'll move into our inspiration from there. Welcome, Leonte. We're delighted to have you as the new 14th member of our board to make us fully strong, and invite you to tell us a little bit about yourself and how you ended up here today.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Leonte Benton, and I am a native Atlantan and born and raised here, right here in this fine state of Georgia. In my day job, I own a commercial real estate company that's based here in Atlanta. We do stuff in 36 states for a host of clients, from AT&T to FedEx to JP Morgan Chase, et cetera. And extremely passionate about education. I've done some things in South Fulton and throughout the state around education kind of quietly over the years, and I'm extremely excited and proud to be here and to continue to serve our great state. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome. As we welcomed our Leonte, our new board member, I also want to welcome everyone in the room today. It was, of course, this is our second in-person meeting since the pandemic, but we are delighted to see all of you. We're delighted because we know you're here because you love children, you love Georgia, and we're here for to build both those things, build up Georgia's future, build up build up Georgia's economy, and build a strong future for generations to come. And some of those generations are in schools today. Some of those generations are in front of computers, but they're all learning thanks to our teachers and those teachers and administrators and those folks that make it happen in districts every day. Those 180 districts, we're here to serve, and it is our honor to do so. Of course, every member of this board undertakes that responsibility, and we work with the superintendent gladly to do the work of the people of Georgia, and not only those that are in schools, but those that have even yet to be born. The things we do will affect their lives. So we take this this charge seriously. Let me welcome a few special guests. I'm probably gonna forget a few folks, but let me just say one of the first people I saw today, because someone I know well. Superintendent Grant Rivera from Marietta City Schools, and his guest Mary Lynn Huffman. Thank you all for being here. We look forward to hearing from you. Dr. Beasley from Clayton County, good to see you as always again. We have some representatives from our RESA community. Rachel Spates from West Georgia RESA. Always good to see you. Richard Smith from First District RESA. Good to see you today. And Debbie Alexander. I spoke to Debbie earlier too from CSRA RESA. Thank you all for being here. Stephen Mileto from Heart of Georgia RESA. All right. And I know that, you know, in this challenging time, the work that our RESAs are doing in the regions that they serve is more important than ever. And I know you're feeling that. I know you're getting called on more than ever, but thanks for being there to serve the districts that are in the school districts that are in our RESA districts. So thank you so much. Jada Dawkins from Clayton County Schools. Yes, thank you. Good to see you. And of course, Joy Hawkins and Donovan Head from the Governor's Office of Student Achievement. It's always you're always here, and we're always glad to see you. Thank you. Who am I overlooking?
Michelle Taylor, Superintendent with Calhoun City Schools, and Kelly Kendrick, our Chief Academic Officer from Calhoun City.
Would you? I'm sorry. Will you stand up and say that again? Because I couldn't hear you.
I'll take my mask off too, since I'm socially distanced. Michelle Taylor, Superintendent with Calhoun City Schools, and Kelly Kendrick, Chief Academic Officer from Calhoun City.
Thank you all, Superintendent Taylor, and thank you all for being here so much. Sorry that you weren't on my list, but we are delighted to have you here as well. But you know what? I always know this, and you know it. Everybody in this room is important because we're here for one reason, and that's for the children in the state of Georgia. So for those guests and every one of you, give yourself a hand.
Chair, I would like to recognize one person. My wife is actually here, so I appreciate her being here today. So
I see her, yeah. Lisa, it's always delightful to see you and honored to have you in our board meeting today. And thank you, Superintendent, for pointing that out.
Well, that's one of the things I've learned I have to do. So
He's a smart man. That's all I got to say. Okay, very good. At this time, we will look to Helen Rice, our board member, to give a brief inspiration.
You said brief.
I did.
You told me. Well, today we were talking about our children, and you see this little tattered thing that I have up here. I want to say a verse to start out with. The effective prayers of a righteous man can accomplish much. And so today, I would like to lift up 10 things for us to pray about. So if you'll bow your heads, and I'll lift this up. If you choose to do something else, please do. Dear Heavenly Father, there are 10 things today that I would like to lift up for you on behalf of our children. For our children to have godly wisdom, for our children to have character. We know that trials bring perseverance, but perseverance proves character, and a proven character gives hope. We'd like to ask for a spirit of excellence, that our children do the best in everything that they attempt, for humility, to have that grace that is seasoned to be humbled, for a desire to know you and an undivided heart to seek and serve, for direction. We pray that at a young age that they will seek your direction and guidance, for favor. Oh Lord, we know we've asked this many times. There's nothing wrong with praying for our children to have favor with their teachers, with school administrators, coaches, eventually employees, as well as classmates, teammates, and coworkers, and that they'll be liked and appreciated for who they are. We ask for discernment, that they will be attracted by those things that please you. We ask for right friends and for spouses, and we ask for a respect towards authority. We pray that they will have proper respect for everyone, from the president to the boss of their part-time jobs, and to you. Heavenly Father, we lift up these petitions to you, and we also ask, as a board, for your guidance, for wisdom and knowledge today, as we make decisions and move forward for the best interests of the students of the state of Georgia. In thy holy name we pray. Amen.
Everyone said amen that agrees, and amen.
Is that brief?
That was perfect.
Oh, good. I get an A+. Do you want me to lead the pledge?
Would yes.
Yeah. Stand to the flag. Attention. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. We had a sign-up sheet for a public hearing, which then on the board rule, State Board Rule 160-4-5.02, Language Assistance Program for English Language Learners, and no one signed up for to speak to that, so the public hearing is closed. Okay, as we will move into the committee of whole and build our agenda. First of all, we will have the budget committee items, and I'd like to call on Budget Committee Chairman Jason Downey to go over those if you're prepared to do that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate you covering the meeting today in the absence of Chairman Sweeney and myself. And also, given that we have had some issues with reverb and me being on the phone, I have spoken with Budget Committee Vice Chairman Mike Royal, who has agreed to take over the agenda today, and so that we don't have to have the delays back and forth, I'm going to turn it over to him. And Vice Chairman Royal, I appreciate you helping out with this today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Royal.
Thank you, Chairman Downey, and we'll get moving then. We'll go into Budget Committee items, which is G on our agenda, and we'll start with budget item number 1, Contract Amendment, Georgia Milestones Assessment System.
Yeah, the purpose of this contract is to provide for the development, administration, scoring, and reporting of the Georgia Milestones Assessment System through March 31st, 2021. This contract amendment will allow Georgia to prepare for and administer required assessments through March 31st, 2021. Additional funding to administer, score, and report spring 2021 assessments will be requested of the General Assembly in the fiscal year 21 amended budget. This contract amount is not to exceed $17,326,702.
All right. I think we have some. Are there any questions on this budget item? Obviously, since,
Over on the project scope, the summary of the scope, and I guess, is Allison online to speak to this? Where it says, I know we're looking at single assessments that consist of end-of-grade measures in English language arts and mathematics in grades 3 through 8, end-of-grade measures in science in grades 5 and 8, end-of-grade measures in social studies in grade 8, and end of measures for specific high school courses. The 2021 scope of work includes activities related to the implementation of the updated Georgia Milestone Test Design that reduces testing time and enhances reporting, continued need for an expedited scoring plan, development of braille and video sign language, printing of a 3% pen and paper form, and implementation of the DRC Beacon as a through-year formative assessment resource as an option for school districts. So my question, I guess, is are we using part of this money to fund Beacon?
Okay, I know some of the folks online can't hear very well. Being heard is not usually a problem of mine, some too much sometimes. But as far as your question is directly related to DRC Beacon and what, I'm paraphrasing, what is included with this in this budget item for Beacon?
Right, because that's a form of assessments, and I've asked this 2 or 3 times.
Is Helen's mic on?
It is. It's just
hear.
it's pulled away. I think we're hearing. I think for those of you I've heard from people in the audience that they have trouble hearing us in our board meetings, and so our members, if you could, when you're speaking, please speak into the microphone so our board members and the people watching at home or in their offices can hear better.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
All right. I was just
better.
asking that with Beacon, is some of the money going to that? Because I had mentioned to Superintendent Woods last month and the month before when we were talking about formative assessments, that would that be open to our pilots too that have formative assessments? You know, and are we, and I guess we can get into that later, but are we funding money for Beacon, and so are we also supporting our pilots with money for formative?
The Beacon is part of this item itself. We will talk about, I think, the pilots a little bit later. Again, that information is being sent up to USAID, so again, there's no money necessarily involved with that, even though we do have funding for that. This is specifically with the testing. You know, again, being noted, this is roughly $17 million, and with our information we received from USAID, where they said we were going to have to test, that means that we are going to have to really reach out again to the governor and have additional money put into this to fund our whole testing budget. So, I mean, you're looking at 2 separate pots of money with that as far as the testing, and I think, Rusk, you can maybe, address that on the pilot side. But, when this is where we're at, so this is, something complete. This is typically what we're looking at, that this pot of money we're dealing with is our annual, state testing.
But Beacon was not really a part of annual state testing until we put it in there as a
It is
formative.
a new formative tool that is available to every district this year. So it was part of a new funding what we're looking at. But everything else is within our the purview of what we've normally had spent.
And this is part of the contract, so.
Well,
it's one
exactly. That's
contract.
part of the DRC contract.
Yes.
I'd want to know how much are we spending on Beacon? I really don't know much about Beacon. I mean, we've talked about it and we've heard, I know it's part of DRC, who is our vendor for the
Right.
Milestones platform. I mean, I guess, I think where Ms. Rice is going is, what are we spending on Beacon and that formative assessment, and what are we doing, what are we spending to help, as the law says we need to. I mean, we get into it more when we do discuss the testing and our pilots, but what are we spending to help support them?
Right.
And
Mike,
that-
I say that because what I had asked before, can they use those formative assessments as well as this? And Richard had said yes, so I feel like, as you were saying, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt, but how well, what are we spending here, and what are we doing to offer support to our others? And you can take it from there.
It seems a redundancy on its surface. Is it? I think that's the question.
Well, it does. I mean, it somewhat does seem redundant, and I guess to me, it's more of an issue, not even, I mean, tools for our districts, we need them.
Amen.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying we don't need Beacon. I'm wanting to get to the question of what are we spending on what, because what are we prioritizing? I'm not willing to prioritize Beacon over what our pilot districts are doing, the folks that came in here for months and months and worked. We've got Grant Riviera right there, their district's in the pilot. And I know they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and are doing some great work. I've seen some of the feedback that they've gotten out of their pilot. We've got counties like Ben Hill using both pilots, the GMAP and Navi. So I guess that just begs the question and where I was wanting to go when we were talking about it, and I think we'll have sufficient time to maybe talk about it. But this, I think maybe because of this budget item, it does directly tie to that. What are we prioritizing? How much money in that DRC contract is going to Beacon, and how much is going to the districts who are putting the blood, sweat, and tears in to do the pilot to try to get to our formative assessments that we all have agreed on is in the best interest of the kids of the state of Georgia and the teachers. So.
Excuse me.
please.
Again, this is not a redundancy. One thing you have to understand, we still have the summative end of the year test. Now, what Beacon does, it is fully aligned with our math and English language arts. And so it is based on our milestones. And so this is, being that it is with DRC, it is something that helps our districts directly because we still have the summative tests that have to be given. And so this is, again, something that is now given to all districts and support. Rusk, again, you can address some of the funding issues on that. But this is, again, our first time where we do have
He is now joining.
have a summative, tool that can support learning all across the state. Again, one of the things we look at, we are still working with the federal Department of Education when it comes to the pilot. There again, for the next step to take on, we are sending that information up. I think you received the information that was based on that. We will, and again, looking at peer review. And so we will have an update of where these other districts or, these two other pilots are at. And again, to give us an idea, are they meeting, cutting the mustard or are they not cutting the mustard? And that's based on an outside third party, prospect. But what I do know is that with the Beacon right now, it is something that we know that it is supported by our vendor currently, and it is something that, is aligned with the milestones. But at the end of the day, we still have to take the milestones test summative report. So this is not a replacement. It is not something that we have even talked about with a formative, tool, as far as, competing with the pilot. It just supports our current learning. And to be honest, at this present time, with the learning models that are across the state, what we are seeing with our virtual learning, and again, one of the things that DRC did work with is that they can support, our kids that are at home. They can take the Beacon there as well. These other pilots, to my knowledge, cannot and have not. We are still looking at comparability and the studies with there. So, as we move forward, this is just a support. It's not an either or. But Rusk, again, if it's looking at money, but to be honest, with the testing, we're going to have to go back to the governor and the General Assembly to get additional funding since we were denied by the federal government as far as our milestones testing. So it does not cover everything. And again, the General Assembly knew that, we shared that during the general session.
Yeah, that
Richard, I'm sorry. I do know that our districts, a lot of them already use IMAPS, which is a formative assessment, and that's part of, IMAPS and Navi were the two pilots. And those are formative assessments, and they drill down very deep into a domain to tell you what a student, where he is and where he needs to move. And I'm not opposed to Beacon, but I am saying that I hope that, and I don't know that we have supported our districts like we should on the pilot, because we haven't heard anything about the pilot in months and months and months and months and have been asking. So I just think that we need to be cautious of the work that's been put in and the support that we're to give to our pilots. And they're doing great work too, and they have formative assessments. And the project and the purpose of that was into 5 years to look at those formative assessments with comparability and hopefully have some summative. So I think we've got three options here. And I just want to make sure that we're fair to our districts and that we're fair to Beacon too. But I do know that they go into a deep domain, the projects do, the pilots do, that they go deeper down into the domains of things. Now, are we sharing data with them? I don't know. There are a lot of questions, but how much, Russ, are we spending on, as allotted for Beacon in this?
Is Allison on here? Because she would have the, I know what we spent.
I am on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you. She'll know
We
exactly.
can hear you, Allison.
Wonderful. Yes. Great. Approximately $1.5 million is being allocated to Beacon as part of the Georgia Milestones contract.
Yeah,
And,
oh, I'm sorry, I was just gonna
okay,
say-
and how much have we supported our pilots with that are just sitting out there right now?
Yes, we've been supporting them with a technical assistance contract with WestEd to facilitate the technical advisory committee and provide technical assistance. That contract is actually up as part for renewal as part of the board agenda today.
So, Allison, did I hear you correctly and say 1.5 million is in this for DRC and Beacon, and that basically we've got the consultant is what we're supporting our pilots with?
Yes, sir. That's what's called for in the state legislation that created the pilot.
And why aren't we with?
Wait a minute, but if I'm hearing you right, and I could be completely wrong, that's separate from this board amendment that we're talking about. So don't we think we need to act on the board amendment? And I think what I heard her say was there's other board amendments later that are going to deal with some of these issues. So let's not muddy the water as far as what we're trying to accomplish here.
Well, the reason I think we need to muddy the water here is if we're taking $1.5 million and providing that to DRC for Beacon, I'm not fine with doing $1.5 million for Beacon and basically a $40,000 contract for our pilot programs. I've got a huge problem with that. So I guess what we would need to do, one, I mean, it doesn't sound like we can get some additional information on here and go through, but it sounds like board item number 1 needs to be pulled and get some additional
Yeah, I mean, that would be my recommendation on that.
because you are
rather
exactly,
than, yeah.
So
agree.
we can see and work throughout the rest of the agenda. And unfortunately, this maybe should have been last, and we could have gone, this is first. But $1.5 million for Beacon and nothing for our pilots, that's a no-go for me.
How many districts are participating in Beacon? Do we know?
As of right now, we have we have 43 districts that have started utilizing Beacon. That number grows each week as more districts return to school and begin utilizing it.
So 43 currently with others signing up. Is that correct? Did I hear correctly?
Yes, sir.
What reporting?
Didn't we just launch it, though?
But what reporting are we getting out of Beacon? What's being reported back to parents and teachers and us out of Beacon? Are we getting any reporting out of it?
Yes, Beacon includes an interactive platform that district and school administrators and teachers have access to. It allows them to view all of the data for their students within a few hours of when students complete the assessments. They can disaggregate and analyze their data. It also includes a feature to generate a student report on demand that teachers can share with students and their parents.
But again, I think what we need to do is keep things focused on the items, and I could be again, I'm learning, I could be wrong about this, but and I hope that what we'll do in the future is as we put budget items together, maybe we group them together in things that are similar so that we can take a look at them. Yeah. That way it might work, but I think what we're doing is we're getting out of this particular recommendation. We need to decide what to do with this one and then move on.
Yeah. The challenge in budget is there's a 1.5 million buried in this one that directly relates to, I think, our
No, I
testing.
hear you.
Yeah.
I completely hear you, but we
Can
still gotta.
Can we table it?
We
No,
can't discuss
no.
everything at every item. though.
Exactly. For the sake of this discussion, Mr. Chairman, I
Is
think
now
maybe
exiting.
we need to pull this item and we can think through this and see what else comes up and go. That doesn't mean the item, in that way we can vote it and have any further pertinent discussion.
So you're not pulling it from the agenda?
No.
You're pulling it for a separate vote?
vote.
Okay, it's
Not
not
be
not
on-
go on the consent.
Not to be on the consent
Understood.
agenda.
Okay.
And that way we can continue through this agenda and then move on to that, and any additional questions can be answered when we reconvene. Okay. Does anybody else have any further questions for this moment on item number 1? We'll pull that for a separate vote and put that on that, but not the consent agenda. Okay.
One real quick question. This has to do with the timing of the expenditures, and what are the time sensitivities relative to an approval? And we don't have to answer it now. We can answer it later, but I'm just curious as to, what the timing sensitivity for this item is.
Yeah, Allison, I think you're on here. It's my understanding that we currently only have enough funding through this month, so.
Since we approved it in
is-
June, this is
yeah.
just an extension on
It's an
that.
extension to March 31st, and then we would ask the legislature for the remaining. Is that correct, Allison?
That's
Is
correct,
now
and I would
joining.
just, yes, that's correct, and I would just like to clarify that this is an extension, not Wild Beacon is one aspect of it. It's for all of Georgia Milestones, and we are currently in the middle of administering fall, mid-month, and winter EOCs, and would need to continue to move forward with the contract to be able to continue to develop and administer our assessments as required.
All right, thank you.
I would just like to say, with all due respect, Martha, one of the problems we're having is that we used to meet on Wednesday, and these are the types of discussions we would have when we were in committee meetings. So now, unfortunately, everybody's having to hear what would happen on Wednesday.
Sausage.
You're watching the sausage being made, exactly. And this is why it's important to meet the day before and to have committee meetings so we can air out this laundry, talk about it, unpack it, dissect it, put it back together, and have a meeting ready for Thursday.
Right.
So I apologize to all of you for having to sit through our discussions.
Committee work.
Well said. All right, moving on. Number 2, assessment and accountability of the contract amendment to alternative assessments 2.0.
Yeah, the purpose of this contract is to provide for the development, administration, scoring, and reporting of the Georgia Alternative Assessment, GAA 2.0, for the 2020-2021 school year. This contract amendment is to provide for the redevelopment of the high school GAA assessment, considering the reduction in the Georgia Milestones end-of-course assessments under Senate Bill 367, which passed during the 2020 legislative session, and the courses identified for EOC assessments in the August 2020 State Board of Education resolution. This contract amount is not to exceed $2,469,036.
Any questions on item number 2? Hearing none, is there any opposition in moving this to action and consent?
No.
Hearing none, moving on to item number 3, federal programs grant.
Yeah, each year, the National Association of ESEA State Program Administrators publicly recognizes 2 schools from each state during their outstanding achievements in education. Title I and school-wide program schools were eligible to apply for this recognition based on their ranking in the top 5% on the single CCRPI score. St. Simon's Elementary in Glenn County and Elm Street Elementary in Coweta County will be designated as the fiscal year 21 National ESEA Distinguished Schools by the NAE-SPA. The funds awarded to these schools will be used to support the additional efforts in their Title I initiatives and their school teams to attend the virtual national NAE-SPA conference in February of 2021, where they will be nationally recognized along with the selected schools from other states. The total grant amount is not to exceed $40,000, which is $20,000 per school.
Any questions on item number 3? Any objection for moving this to the action and consent agenda? Hearing none, item number 4.
For fiscal year '21, Georgia will participate as a member of the ISOSY, which is Instructional Services for Out-of-School and Secondary-Aged Youth Migrant Education Program, Consortium Incentive Grant, SIG, and Parent Involvement Consortium, a migrant education program consortium incentive grant authorized by Section 1308D of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 as amended. These grants will cover the costs of Georgia's participation in each of the SIGs. Through participation, Georgia will continue to enhance existing practices and will develop new practices in areas of academic and other support services for preschool children and out-of-school youth. The total grant amount to be received is $59,288, and this is money coming in.
Thank you. This is item number 4, the Education of Migratory Children Consortium Grant. Any questions? Is there any objection in moving item number 4 to action and consent? Hearing none. Item number 5, contract amendment comprehensive management application for school nutrition.
Yeah, this contract with Primero Edge is being amended to facilitate the enhanced and streamlined utilization of the software products provided by the company. The software will provide an improved experience for local education agencies, reduce effort spent in key business functions, improve information reporting, data integrity, program compliance, and functional technical support to school nutrition managers. The requested addition is $113,889, and the total contract amount is not to exceed $544,049.25.
Okay, any questions on item number 5? Hearing none, any objection to moving item number 5 to action and consent? Okay, none heard. Item number 6, Farm to School Grant Program.
The Georgia Department of Education has been awarded a farm-to-school grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The objective of this grant is to improve access to local foods in eligible school nutrition programs by developing or implementing comprehensive farm to CMP programming that includes local procurement and agricultural education efforts. Georgia Department of Education will collaborate with the Georgia Department of Agriculture, Georgia Organics, Royal Food Service, and LEAs to create Fueling Georgia with Farm-to-School Professional Development Workshops. The workshops will focus support for both Georgia educators and school nutrition professionals and offer opportunities for interprofessional learning, as well as explore regional agribusiness and the opportunity for the connection with schools for rural development opportunities and identification of curriculum connections and career pipelines in all areas of Georgia. The total grant amount to be received is $100,000. This is money coming in to the department as well.
Okay, any questions on item number 6?
I have a question.
Ms. Kennemore.
Okay. With this particular program, are you working with Commissioner Black with this Farm to School? Because I know he had some initiatives concerning this too, and for us to partner together, I can see us accomplishing a whole lot more.
Yeah, I think, is Dr. Dodson? She can talk more.
Who wrote that grant?
Is Dr. Dodson on the line?
Yes, I am. This is Lynette.
Okay.
Hi, Lynette.
Can you
yes,
speak to
the,
Ms. Kennemore's question? Thank you.
Hi. Yes, sir. The grant was actually written by our Farm to School team, and yes, ma'am, it is in conjunction and collaboration with the Department of Agriculture. So it is, Misty Freeman actually has had a part of that from the Commissioner's office.
Good. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions on item number 6, our Farm to School Grant Program? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving to action and consent? Okay, none heard. Item number 7, our Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program.
Yeah, the purpose of the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program is to provide a healthy snack for students between meals during the school day. The Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2008 provides a proposed amount beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2020. To be selected for the Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Program, each school must meet the following criteria: be an elementary school, operate the National School Lunch Program, submit an official FFVP application, and have 50% or more of its students eligible for free or reduced price meals. This item is to reimburse schools for the grant amounts from July 2020 and September through September 2020 for that claims period. The total grant amount from July through September is not to exceed $854,411.
Okay. Any questions on the Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, item number 7? Hearing none, is there any objection to item number 7 being moved to consent? None heard. Item number 8, is also a fresh fruit and vegetable program. This one's, and to clarify, the first one was July 2020 through September 2020, and this one's October 2020 through June 2021, number 8.
Yeah, this is the same grant, just the next period. This request is to provide that grant award to eligible schools from October through June of 2021, and the total grant amount is not to exceed $4,346,302.
Okay. Anybody with any questions on item number 8? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving this to action and consent? None heard. Item number 9, fiscal year 21 charter school facilities grant.
OCGA 20-2-2068.2 requires that the State Board of Education to disperse facility grants for charter schools for the purpose of providing facility funding more comparable to traditional public schools in this state. Subject to appropriations by the General Assembly, the State Board must disperse annual facilities grants to eligible applicants in the amount of $100,000 or such other amount as determined by the State Board. The General Assembly appropriated $3,396,000 for charter school facilities funding for fiscal year 21. The amount that is being distributed evenly among the eligible charter schools to provide an approximately $39,034 per school.
Okay. Are there any questions related to item number 9, the fiscal year 2021 charter schools facilities grants? Just want to mention thank you. I know there was some
Yes.
talk about potentially changing the formula of this or how it was awarded, and I think we all heard from some of our facilities, right, and I appreciate not taking any action on doing that at the time, and I even heard from legislators, that was not the legislative intent to change the way that it's allocated and to do that. But so I just want to make note to all our facilities, there is no change to this grant from previous grants on how it's being administered. And so. Does anybody have any questions on number 9? Any objection to moving number 9 to action and consent? None heard. Item number 10, contract fiscal year 21, communities and schools.
Yeah, the purpose of this contract is to provide a system of integrated student supports focused on increasing attendance, improving behavior and course performance, and engaging families to address basic needs in 6 comprehensive school improvement, CSI, schools. School-based site coordinators will identify students at risk of not achieving their potential, assess student needs, and provide wraparound interventions and resources to change outcomes. CSI of Georgia will provide whole school supports and targeted student services to 6 schools in Dougherty and Dooley counties for the purpose of engaging parents and improving student performance. The total contract amount is not to exceed $90,516.
Any questions on item number 10? We're on item number 10, communities and schools. Any questions?
I've just got a comment. Is Stephanie on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I just appreciate so much. This looks like, appears that possibly some of our bottom 5% schools that you've gone in and are working with them, Dooley and Dougherty.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're maintaining that same foundation that was laid, right, with the communities and school people in those areas? And I know from growing up in Dooley that is greatly appreciated. Can you speak a little bit to this and how it really helps to mesh the system with the community?
Sure. And Helen, I can tell you, Board Member Helen, that we utilize communities and schools in my schools also when I was down at the district level. And I'll tell you some ways that they maximize opportunities for our children is that they approach learning from both a non-academic and an academic approach. What I mean by that is when a child does not have exactly what they may need around, I would say, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, then they come in, they assist with clothing and food. They also help us around graduation rate and making sure that our children are attending and that the families are engaged and that they understand how to become engaged in the child's overall welfare for improving their outcomes and graduating and moving on to become productive citizens. And they even support us at times around wraparound when it comes to mental health. And I'm actually going back. I know what we have in the contract, and Carol, if you know the president, Carol Lewis, she's phenomenal. But we basically anything you get down there that goes beyond instruction, they'll step in and they typically help us to improve, or create a better outcome for a child.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Any other further questions or comments on item number 10, communities and schools? Hearing none, is there any objection to item number 10 being moved to action and consent? None heard. The next one is item number 11, contract Certiport.
Yeah, the purpose of this contract is to provide practice exams for Microsoft Office Suite certifications for Georgia Public High School students, faculty, and staff. Currently, high schools have access to Microsoft Imagine Academy, MSIA, an online learning resource that provides digital textbooks, data files, video clips, and other resources to be used in the classroom instruction for teaching Microsoft Office products. The contract supports the MSIA initiative by allowing high school students, faculty, and staff to prepare to earn a premier industry-recognized credential. The contract amount is not to exceed $288,750.
If there's ever a time we need folks to understand Microsoft and Teams and Zoom, this is it. And just want to take here. Yeah, thanks. This has been going on for years. Again, I wish we had time and budget to have a presentation on the success of this program. It is the return on this program for Georgia students is incredible, and they are doing some amazing things.
We
And
had
I wish we had a few of them right here, right now, to help us through our meetings.
Yeah.
And we might ought to get some of them to come, but just want to point that out.
I was just going to say, we've had national award winners in this, but Barbara Wall, I mean, this has been quite.
Love to hear Dr. Wall
Yeah.
speak to this.
Dr. Wall, can you just give a high-level overview right quick?
Yes, this allows students to earn all types of certifications through Microsoft. In FY20, there were 648 students that earned MOS certification. Wow. So increasing those numbers would be a goal.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a great program. Any other questions?
It also allows the faculty and staff to get.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, that's a great point.
All right, any other questions or comments on number 11, Certiport contract? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving this item to action and consent? None heard. Item number 12, DPH to the Georgia Parent Infant Network for Educational Services, Pines.
Yeah, this is a contract renewal with the Department of Public Health to provide an amount not to exceed $44,075 in state funds from DPH to Georgia Pines. The funds through DPH to Georgia Pines offset costs for the provision of early hearing orientation services, EHOS, to children with hearing loss and their families. Georgia Pines service providers will perform EHOS visits for all newly referred infants, toddlers with hearing loss. Early hearing orientation services provide a one-time visit to families after an official diagnosis of a child's hearing loss and explains to the parents the future supports available to the child and the parents. The purpose of the visit is to inform families of the impact of hearing loss on language and literacy and to convey a sense of urgency to support language nutrition for the child to receive free access to early intervention services in order to put the child on a successful learning trajectory. The total contract amount is $44,075 over 2 years. And this is money coming in.
Any questions or concerns on item number 12? Any objection to moving item number 12 to action and consent? None heard. Item number 13, contract with the University of Georgia. That leaves it pretty wide open.
Yeah.
This contract is for the receipt of funds from UGA to support costs for the provision of in-home sensory impaired training and education, insight, services to children with hearing loss and their family. The contract covers costs for training the specialists who deliver this service. The total contract amount is $10,000.
Can we put a 0 on the end of that to help with this?
We're receiving the funds, so.
Yeah, I know. This needs to be a priority, though. Okay. Any questions on item number 13, except for why can't it be more money?
How many do we serve now? Do we know? Is
I
it
don't know.
continued?
Kenny on the call? He might be able to say something to it.
I think I heard him step out.
Is Kenny on?
Yes, I am. Hi, good morning. So with this particular money of going in, I believe at this point I would want to say that Pines has perhaps 10 EHOS, that's early hearing orientation specialists, that go in and will do this. And so that money helps offset the work that we're doing. And like you said, Mike, it certainly is. We appreciate it, but it is a drop in the bucket of what actually is needed. And so with you all's approval, you all help us fund the rest of it so that we can implement these programs with fidelity. So yeah, add 2 zeros to it if you wouldn't mind.
Wish we could right now, Kenny.
Yeah.
All right.
But right now, overall, quickly, I know we have a new board member. The total number of families served through Georgia Pines, I think some people think we only have the 3 schools in Smoky Powell we hear a lot about, and now the mobile audiology program. But through this particular Georgia Pines, it's approximately 500 families and 200 contractors.
Wow.
It's a big program.
All right.
Yes.
Good to hear your voice, Kenny. Do any other board members have a question on item number 13? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving this to action and consent? None heard. Item number 14 is the contract amendment with the College Board for the SAT Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test.
Yeah, the State Board of Education approved the contract with the College Board to provide access to the October 2020 PSAT NMSQT exam for each sophomore enrolled in a Georgia public high school. College Board has added an additional exam administration date to provide an extra opportunity for students who might not be in school during the fall administration dates due to the pandemic, or to provide the opportunity for schools to schedule fewer students during each administration date as they navigate social distancing during this time. The Georgia Department of Education is invoiced for the actual number of 10th grade examinations scored. The additional administration date does not change the contract amount approved by the board in August, and that contract amount was not to exceed $1,190,000.
Okay, any other questions, or any questions on item number 14? And I appreciate the College Board's flexibility. I think all of us got emails after our last meeting where we were talking about that. And obviously they were listening, and yeah, we've got a lot of good information on that, the flexibility that they're offering and on this, and I appreciate that. So any questions or comments on item number 14? Any objection to moving item 14 to action and consent? Unheard. Item 15, fiscal year 20 Project Aware.
Yeah, the purpose of this grant and program is to build or expand the capacity of state educational agencies in partnership with state mental health agencies overseeing school-aged youth with 3 LEAs, to increase awareness of mental health issues among school-aged youth, provide training for school-age personnel and other adults who interact with school-aged youth to detect and respond to mental health issues, and 3, connect school-aged youth who may have behavioral health issues, including serious emotional disturbance, SED, or serious mental illness, SMI, and their families to needed services. The Department of Health and Human Services, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration expect that this program will focus on partnerships and collaboration between state and local systems to promote the healthy development of school-aged youth and prevent youth violence. 3 LEAs, Bibb County, Hall County, and Houston County, were selected based on regional locations representing urban, suburban, and rural areas, as well as the number of students at risk. The total grant amount that we'll be receiving is $9 million.
Do you know if this includes within its mental health screening issues related to cyberbullying and social media bullying? Because in the next 5 years, what we're going to see is, you know, the largest rise in teen suicide is tied back to bullying on social media. And while we have, you know, we get behind the 8 ball on this stuff all the time, you know, we talk about substance abuse all the time, and while it's certainly there, we were behind the 8 ball, not just we, but the society. And now what we've got is a situation where, you know, especially among girls in that 12 to 15 age range, the number one reason they're committing suicide is because they're getting bullied on social media, and that attributes to their mental health. So is that part of this mental health training that they're going to be getting, is how to identify that?
Can I make a response to this? Caitlin, okay. I was going to call on you because I thought that this Project Aware was what PBIS has written, and they did. This is the second grant that PBIS did, and for those of you that are not all aware about PBIS, I'm sure Caitlin's going to jump on and say something, but this this Project Aware and what I think Jason and Rebecca were instrumental in writing this grant for PBIS. And Caitlin, will you expound on it? And also, I just hope that it will continue to stay within PBIS under your leadership there, because, and I'm sure bullying and all that is there because that is what it's all about. But if you'll talk a little bit about it, Caitlin.
Sure. So I'm here. Hi, everyone. This is Caitlin McMundooly. I want to answer the question first. Yes, it does include social media and technology. In fact, Jason Byers, who will be leading the grant project, has published peer-reviewed research on that particular topic himself. So just know that we are well aware of those risks, and we'll be addressing them.
Thank you.
The Project Aware itself is it is a systemic improvement framework for a school district. So it allows districts to look at their data differently, ensuring that they're using multi-tiered systems of support, looking at children at the tier 1 level, that's everybody, making sure that we're paying attention to any changes in patterns over the course of time with academics, behavioral changes, things like that, so that teachers and the other caring adults in a school building can be very keenly aware of each and every child's feeling of well-being and connectedness. And then should alert be conducted for particular children, we have group peer supports that we can put into place. We certainly have counselors that can be put into place. And so we support a district in helping to
Stephanie is now exiting.
In seeing the data so that they can trigger those kinds of additional supports. And then should we find that even with those kinds of in-school supports that we still have a student who is in crisis, then we can utilize external services as needed. So it really is a system framework, and Jason will be leading this. The Positive Behaviors Interventions and Support, which is PBIS, is a behavioral improvement framework that helps a school come to agreements on what kinds of behaviors and norms will be accepted, and it helps to minimize some of the patterns of behavior that kids may get into because they don't know what the adults are expecting. So it just creates some very consistent norms and expectations so that when you see a child's pattern start to change or signify any kind of worsening sense of well-being or connectedness, that we can sweep in and make sure that we serve those students and get them the supports that they need.
Thank you, Caitlin. And And if any of y'all haven't experienced or seen PBIS in work, I think that might be something, Mr. Chairman, that we might have the team, Caitlin, bring some of the team up and talk to our group about PBIS and how it.
Need a presentation, especially
For the new
our
folks, that
Yeah.
would be a good
folks.
retreat item, I
Yes.
think.
Would be.
Yeah.
Mr. Sweeney. Okay. Is there any further questions on item number 15? Is there any objection to, thank you, Ms. Eller, for bringing it up, because it's obviously a humongous issue. Is there any objection to moving that item to action and consent? None heard. Item number 16 is our final issue, item on the budget agenda, the FBO reoccurring contract list, 50,000 to 250,000. Do any board members have any questions regarding any of those items?
I just got a question. Is West Ed the one that works with our pilot group?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
What's that? I don't have that in front of me. What's that budget item?
That's,
50,000 up to 250 reoccurring. Is
50 to 2, I know, but what's?
50 to
It's the first item.
250,000.
West Ed's 105, 106.
I couldn't remember what it exactly was.
Yeah, to provide technical assistance to the Innovative Assessment Demonstration Authority. Okay.
All right. Any further questions on any item on the reoccurring contract list? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving item number 16 to action and consent? None heard. All right, that wraps up the items under the Budget Committee. So we have items number 2 through and including item 16, with the exception of item 1, move to action and consent, and just pulling item number 1 for further discussion in committee of the whole.
Thank you, Mr. Royal. You good there with Mr. Downey?
Hello?
Yeah, Mr. Royal concluded the Budget Committee items. You're good, right?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you,
Just
Mr.
checking in,
Royal,
Mr. Chairman.
for handling that and avoiding any potential technical difficulties.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to, with your consent, change this agenda because we've got some wonderful, and we're honored to have some august representatives from our education community that are visiting with us today, and they're here to speak as part of the superintendent's report. And I know you really enjoy us watching us go through these the minutia of budget and upcoming rules, and you're welcome to stay for that as long as we're here. But what I would think would be best is for us to change this agenda to go ahead and hear from you. So I've talked to Superintendent Woods, and he's agreeable to go ahead and into the superintendent's report at this time, and have the guests that you've asked to come speak today, and we look forward to hearing from. And
Mr. Chair, then I'll
Yeah.
make a motion real quick that this board amend the agenda to move the superintendent's report ahead to item H right now, and to make that amendment to our agenda.
thank you, Mr. Royal. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you all, and Superintendent Woods, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, we do have 3 of our great superintendents throughout the state. They've graciously given up their time to come and speak today on a topic that we'll be bringing forward in a little bit concerning the EOCs and the weights that each will ultimately bear. And so without further ado, I am going to let them come up, but I will start with ladies first. So Dr. Taylor, if you could come up, and then we'll go with Dr. Beasley and then Dr. Rivera. So if you can come up to the podium and please share with us.
Okay, I'm not going to wear my mask so that you can hear me, but we'll try
Can you
to
just
maintain.
make sure you speak into the microphone for our
We'll
folks?
try to maintain our
As best you
distance.
can. Thank you.
Well, just want to thank the board for allowing us to come today. You don't need to apologize. We know what work sessions look like. We know the importance of our board's work. and locally as well as at the state. Earlier, before we opened school this year, we met on many occasions with the leadership here at the Department of Education as well as our governor's office. Our governor said to us, if there's anything, and Superintendent Woods echoed his sentiments. He said, if there's anything that the department or the governor's office is doing that's impeding your opportunities to open school safely, please let us know. We want to help you and assist you to give you flexibility and autonomy to safely reopen school and to have a successful school year. And in Calhoun City, we've been able to do that. We started our school year August the 12th as our calendar presented, so we were right on time. We've had face-to-face instruction with our students coming back. We had about 20% that chose online learning, and so we've been supporting those students. Our teachers have said overwhelmingly that they're struggling, though, to support our face-to-face students and our online learners as well as those in quarantine. So that's been our challenge. And when we talk about assessment, we want to be accountable. We want to make sure that we provide opportunities for our teachers to gather that data and continually show progress for our students. Our theme this year was to focus on what matters most. So we are focusing on our students, and we have been so impressed that they're meeting our expectations. They came day one wearing masks. They came into our classrooms. They were ready to get back to the learning process. So when many schools were canceling some of their school days, we saw that we were not canceling the joy of learning in our buildings. So we've been able to have that maximized instructional time really focused on our students. So Kelly Kendrick is our Chief Academic Officer, and she works directly with instruction, curriculum, and assessment. So she's going to speak to specifically that accountability piece and what we're looking at as far as using our assessments to monitor the progress of our students and to make sure that we're maximizing instructional time each and every day while we have them in our buildings.
Good morning, or is it afternoon? I'm not sure. Good afternoon. As Dr. Taylor said, we did start with our focus on what matters. And as we were planning for school, what mattered was getting a safe learning environment for our students. For some, it was face-to-face. They need to be back in our buildings, getting those 2 meals a day with those adults that loved them and nurtured them. For some of our students, they needed to be at home where they were well taken care of and not exposed to any of the virus or other elements that may cause them physical harm. So we were dealing with that, and the next thing that we focused on was maximizing instruction. We knew that we hadn't seen our babies since March 13th, and that we really needed to make sure we were maximizing that instruction. So when we asked questions, when we made decisions, it was focus what matters. It's those two things. But as we entered the school, when we came back, I'll be honest with you, we added a third, and that was compassion over compliance. We found that we were dealing with situations we had never had to deal with. Our teachers were dealing with situations. Our students were dealing with situations. So we've added that third, which is compassion over compliance. When we're making decisions now, it's not about what does compliance say. We're making the decisions on what's best for our students, what's best for our teachers. And we feel right now that the last thing we need to focus on is accountability and assessment. We need to make sure that we're maximizing our instruction and focusing on what matters. And I ask you today, as you're making decisions for us, please allow us the opportunity to have that flexibility to make those decisions so that we can focus on what matters. Thank you for giving us your time today.
And just one more thing, Helen opened up with a devotion earlier before your meeting. And one of the things she shared was that students would rise to the occasion, that they would do their very best on any task that that's put before them. And I think when we give our assessments, we have the highest expectations. So the students are rising to our expectations and doing their very best on those monitoring assessment, formative assessments, whatever the teachers are offering. So I'm not afraid that, if we look at the end of course test and we look at the weights that are attributed to those, I think our students, it's not going to matter about the weight. They're going to do their very best because that's the expectation. So I do think that that speaks to what we expect, and our students are going to rise to the level of expectation that we have for them. So we just appreciate the board's support and your continued support as we get through this very challenging school year. We're so happy to have our babies back in our buildings. Thank you.
Superintendent, can I have a
Yes.
question real quick? What other alternate assessments are you using to gauge where they are?
We use a NWEA map. So we have already done that universal screening. So we know that where we have those skill deficits, we know those students who are thriving, who we came into this year saying, we're going to teach our curriculum, we're going to plug those gaps where we need to. So NWEA map has been instrumental. We're also part of the Beacon. We have been working with them. We're using their testlets, which give our teachers that formative assessment that they need to adjust instruction on demand, which is huge. Because we were using Navi before that, we've chosen to go with Beacon this year. So very much have that formative assessment that helps us with instruction, the universal screening using MAP, which we give 3 times a year, and we are very much about growing our students. It's not where you came to us, it's how we grow you this year. So looking at that conditional growth with MAP, and our goals are set based on that conditional growth.
Is now exiting.
And I appreciate the questions earlier about Beacon.
Yes.
Specifically, we came several times to the department here, and they listened to us about some of the challenges that smaller districts face. And one has been for the last decade. This is my 13th year as superintendent. More than a decade ago, we were talking about the need to have those assessment opportunities, and funding was an issue for us. And having Beacon will be a game changer. Because it will absolutely help us have those assessments and the flexibility to offer those in our schools.
And for small districts, and we're a very small district, I wear many, many hats, to create formative assessments at that level, we just don't have the personnel, nor do we have the funding to hire that out. So the state offering that equality that they can offer to all of the districts in Georgia through Beacon, I think it can be really a game changer for the boys and girls in Georgia.
So excited about
Yes,
Beacon.
yes.
And it's going to be so wonderful to have.
Do you mind if I put you on the spot and ask you what the challenges were with Navi?
Navi? Well, specifically, I think some of the feedback that we had gotten were some technical issues. Navi's a great assessment, and we were able to get a lot from that, but it was just some of the technical issues that really tripped us up, and that was one thing that we didn't want to add to our teachers' plate.
And I'll be honest, once the pandemic hit, instruction, we were struggling for instruction in the spring. We knew we were coming into this year. We felt like that we need to minimize those assessments and use our formative piece with the testlets that are quick and easy. And we also feel like MAP gives us some great information. So we definitely felt like working with Godot and getting the Beacon off the ground, that we definitely could take advantage of that assessment.
Can I ask you where you got the feedback from? Who was that West Ed that gave you the feedback about the technical?
No, those are our teachers. That was
About
our
Navi?
That was our personal experience.
Uh-huh.
And this is very much to improve. They are very on the cutting edge. I've worked with Lainey think very highly of her program. It's just once the pandemic hit, we had to make some changes, and we took it to our leadership, and our leadership really looked at what are our options. And when Beacon came on the table and we started talking about that, we felt like financially too it would help. And I'll be honest with you, those assessment pilots, the assessments are very expensive. So unless you have the funds to be a part of that, some districts don't have the option to have a Navi or even have a MAP. So that's something too that I think is a consideration. I'm from rural Georgia, and I know that that money's sometimes hard to come by. And so it's a year-to-year thing with federal funds, what we get, what we can buy, and what we can spend. So anything that can be free.
So what I'm hearing you say, I mean, I appreciate the questions. These are you're our customer, and what I'm hearing you say is part of the challenge is the financial between our pilots, having to make that financial commitment to it.
That is a challenge. Beacon, again, we were so excited when we left the meetings here at the DOE to know that that's going to be an option for all of our school districts across the state. But yes, always it's a challenge to fund additional assessments.
And I'll be honest too, having everything in one platform. We have MAP that's over here, we had Navi over here, we give the EOG and EOCs in the DRC platform. The beauty of teaching our third graders, fourth graders, fifth graders, you log in like this when you take a Beacon, and then when you sit for an EOG, they already know how to get through the platform and to log in and to do all of that. So we were very excited about having one platform that we could teach our kids instead of teaching them about MAP and about Navi and about DRC.
So I guess this is a question. So with Navi and all, you didn't have the opportunity of aligning any of their formative assessments. So with Beacon, is that
They are
fair
in the works
assessment?
of doing that. That's right. We were actually taking the assessments, and then they were going to use the EOG and EOC scores to align the performance of those. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm trying to figure out why you weren't getting that same information, you know, to work with Navi.
We got Navi is a formative assessment,
Right.
so it was giving us the same information. But then when Beacon came along, it was easier. It was the same information. It was the same platform, and we didn't have to pay for it. So
We like that.
we like free.
Thank you.
Do you guys any other questions?
No, that's good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing us to talk. Thank you.
Dr. Beasley, if you could please.
Well, hello, board. It's good to see you all again. Seems like I'm always down here making a comment about something related to a test. Well, I thank you for your leadership and for really leading our state as Georgia really leads the nation in addressing student academic performance. I'm pleased to share, in Clayton County, we're having school. We're virtually having school, but we're having school. We ended the year, about 50% of the kids were online, but this year we started with about 97% online. Our board has purchased devices for our students, so we were able to use the laptops that we have and the Chromebooks that are being delivered now. And so right now we're having school. We've had to adjust the curriculum clearly because it's impossible to teach all the standards virtually in the amount of time that we're spending online. Parents are all over the place, if you will. Some love the amount of time that we have for virtual learning, and some think it's too much. Some think it's not enough. It's amazing how you have to, as I tell the community, we've just got to lead the process because there are no perfect solutions and answers in this situation. So I just want to encourage our board as you make your decisions. We totally support our principals and teachers, totally support the recommendation of Superintendent Woods to really devalue, if you will, the amount of percent relative to the end of course tests. We're just at a point where I just want kids to focus on learning. And that's really where my heart is for our community. I often tell people that Clayton County is one of those communities in the metro Atlanta that has really borne the brunt, if you will, of this pandemic. And so most of our community right now will be doing another survey, but they were not interested in kids coming back right now. And we know that a lot of our families, they are essential workers. They're on the front lines. And so they know exactly, they're living this pandemic every day while we're trying to encourage everyone to focus on teaching and learning at the same time, because we know at some point we've got to get back to face-to-face instruction. But I will just say that reliability and validity of the tests, I think, is very much compromised for many reasons, just because all students are not getting the very same instruction across the board. All students are not necessarily connecting every day online, even though we're providing Wi-Fi to all families that need Wi-Fi. As you well know, even when I'm using my Wi-Fi at home, I'm having challenges. And imagine the families that have 2 and 3 and 4 children trying to connect to Wi-Fi. And so families, moms and dads and nanas and aunties and uncles, they're having to really try to figure it out as they're also trying to go back to work while we're also virtually learning. Challenges. And my heart is, I don't know if you all knew this, but I started years ago as a pastor. So I try to approach leadership as a pastor. And I feel and I sense that our families, they really are trying to put food on the table, deal with the high levels of unemployment that we're dealing with in Clayton County due to the pandemic, provide instruction, participate in instruction, and yet keep kids focused and dealing with that social emotional piece. And I'll just say that the learning loss is real, the stress and anxiety, they are real. The focus on formative assessments in Clayton County, and we appreciate the pilot. We're one of the pilot districts. And board member, the next time you mention Grant, you better mention Clayton. Grant and I, we think alike, and our heart is for our communities and our children to learn, most of all. And we know we have to assess them to see where their learning is, but our focus is on growth right now, because we know that there are so many variables that have impacted all of the kids being in various places that would clearly impact any data that would assess content mastery. It would just basically make it meaningless to us. But the learning environment is important, and we have kids, and I have to share this, we have kids who are not even willing to turn the screens on their Chromebooks because they don't want their peers to see the type of environment that they're having to learn in. We've got many kids who have great environments, but we have many kids who don't have the ideal environments. And I'll close and say this. I wanted to share, I get emails every day, it seems like, from our students. I don't know why they send them all the way to the superintendent, but they do. But I want you to hear this short email that I got from a young lady. I won't share her name. She said, "Hi, how are you? I have a few questions and concerns. Starting with, can you please open school back up? As soon as I wake up, I'm opening a computer screen and I'm starting to get extreme headaches and I'm starting to get carpal tunnel. The virtual learning was okay for the first half, but now it's getting kind of bad. I now have 4 classes a day, which means I am now staring at my computer screen for almost 10 or more hours a day. 1 class period work can take up a whole day. Also, some of us students really need to be sitting in a classroom to learn, like me personally, cannot learn at my full potential behind a computer screen. I'm trying my best, but it does not work. I fall asleep sitting behind a screen. I have no choice but to get sidetracked because I'm in the comfort of my home. If I were in school, I could honestly learn much better, and not just for me, but speaking for all students who feel the same way. Thank you for your time." Now, that hits your heart, doesn't it? And so I'll just share, I was having a conversation with my wife yesterday, and I said, I just feel like, if you know the Bible, I feel like Esther. It's just time to go before the kings and just say what we need to say and get our kings to relent from whatever plans that they have and focus on the people. So I just encourage all of you to, I know we're in different places in ideologies and philosophies about assessment. We understand the value of content mastery. We know that in a normal situation, content mastery should be assessed. But I appeal to all of us that this is not a normal situation. We're not leading in a normal time. And it requires all of us to think beyond the norm and to really focus on the people. And the people, in my mind and in my heart, are the 55,000 children in Clayton County that I know are doing their very best to deal with a situation in their lifetime that they've never had to deal with. And they've been out of school longer than any of us have ever had to leave school or be out of school in our K-12 experience. And so whatever we can do to keep them focused, to keep them motivated, to keep them learning, and to support teachers in that process, I encourage us to allow that to be the focus, allow that to be the priority, allow that to be what we do. And that's just my heart, from my heart to you all's. We're making it work. It's not perfect. Thank you, Superintendent Woods, for your heart decisions and your common sense approach. We just need to see more of that at every level in this country. And surely here in the state of Georgia, where I believe, as I shared with our new board member, that we are leading the nation in student academic achievement, and we'll continue. And you should know, even during the pandemic, Clayton County, we continued to close the gap with the state with our advanced placement scores. We're getting higher and higher, even as we offer more students in our district and expect more of our students to participate in advanced placement. So we know we're doing the right work. We just have to deal with this or navigate this situation until we find ourselves in a better situation. So thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you for all that you do, and I look forward to coming to maybe have another conversation with you all that is not testing related. Thank you.
Dr. Beasley. Again, Dr. Rivera, if you could, please.
Well, and I just want to say that I don't know who that young lady was that you read that email, but I'd like to see her in 10 years because that self-awareness.
And I echo what my colleagues have said. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe that the state of Georgia, education, our schools, superintendents, and kids are all better because each of you in your respective roles are here. So I thank you. Just a bit perspective, I wasn't a pastor, but I'm a former special ed teacher, high school principal for 9 years. I served in South Fulton at Westlake High School, along in Cobb County, been in Marietta for the last 4 years. I'll get a little bit granular with you on this discussion around EOCT and weights. And my concerns are real specific. And it has to do with the fact that at Marietta High School, we may offer IB, AP, dual enrollment, and yet we've got kids who are waiving out of courses, who are exempting courses, and yet they're being held accountable potentially for an EOC, for which they haven't necessarily seen those standards. Do I have some piece around a child who takes an AP class potentially getting the course equivalent standards? I think so. That teacher's in our building, they're probably teaching the on-level class, the honors class. I got a piece about that. IB, maybe, maybe not, depending on whether the teacher wants to go backwards and incorporate those standards. But what hope do I have in a school like Marietta where our kids are taking dual enrollment courses and whether or not those kids are seeing the standards for which they may be held accountable on an EOC? That concerns me. And when I take a common sense approach, I respect greatly the fact that we as a state need to have accountability. I respect that and I understand the seat in which you sit. Fortunately, I don't have to make those decisions at a state level. I apply the kid and the common sense approach, which is to say, if I've got a child, which as his parent, he will share in just a moment, her son Miller, if I've got a child who's pushing him or herself to take dual enrollment AP or IB classes, I don't want that child stressing over whether or not they got the standards in a dual enrollment course, for example, that could impact their GPA, their class rank, et cetera. So it's really getting granular for me around, I respect the need for accountability. I also respect, I think as Michelle said, compassion over compliance. I'll share with you, just because I think it's relevant, please make no mistake about it, there is no loss of accountability in Marietta City Schools for whether or not our kids are showing growth. And my colleagues shared where they are in this opening progression. We open virtually. Early September, we brought our pre-K through second grade and special ed back for 2 days a week, successfully saw that operationalized in our classrooms. And now, starting on Monday, with a little bit of pressure from my wife, because I have a second grader, we're opening pre-K through 5 on Monday, 4 days a week. She said, hey, superintendent, figure it out. I said, I got it, I'm on it. But Monday, we'll welcome pre-K through 5 back in the building 4 days a week with special ed through K-12. And then we're gonna bring back middle grades late October and high school early November. But here's what I want you to know, and this speaks to accountability. And I say this as much about the EOC conversation as I do the GMAP conversation. We have just under 8,500 kids. Over 6,200 kids took MAP either in person or virtually when our doors were closed. Kindergarten through 10th grade. So I want you to know that as I stand before you and have empathy for the decisions you make, and I stand before you and talk about a common sense, kid-centered approach, I stand before you unwavering around linking data to student achievement and data to student progress. And in a time when we are virtual and our doors were closed, we had over 6,200 children either come in one-on-one or in person or virtually take the MAP assessment. I assure you that our teachers are leveraging that data, whether it's relative to EOCs or whether it's relative to student progression. And I'll leave you with this one last thought before I invite Mary Lynn to come up. NWEA, which many of you are familiar with, have said that students are expected to regress in just the initial spring COVID slide, not fall, but the research that came out of the summer for 5 million students across the country is they projected a 50% decrease in math and a 30% regression in reading. And I can tell you that as we looked at the assessments of over 6,200 students, kindergarten through 10th grade, we're not seeing that in Marietta. The degree of accountability, the degree of support, I echo what my colleagues have said, our teachers have never worked harder. So I share with you that as we approach this EOC discussion and down the road, potentially the innovative assessment pilot, know that we're here, we're with you, we share that accountability, and we share that kid-centered approach. So I thank you. I will at this time, and again, Maurice mentioned getting an email from a child. My email was from the child's parent. And she was really saying, hey, Grant, given some of these recent changes, how is this going to impact my dual enrollment child? And I think I want you to know that this puts a face and a child to this discussion around EOC and weights and what have you. So Mary Lynn Huffman, it's a privilege to have you, and I'll step aside and
As I was driving down here, I thought, you know who really needs to be here is Miller. Miller needs to be before you, but the irony is he is home studying for his KSU midterm in American Lit as we speak. So the irony of that does not escape us. So as Grant said, my name is Mary Lynn, Dr. Mary Lynn Huffman. I have a PhD, master's and PhD from Cornell University in Human Development and Family Studies, concentration in education. So I have a little slice of what y'all do to speak to this. I have Miller, who is a senior at Marietta High School. He is going to finish high school with about 15 college classes, 40 dual enrollment credits. Currently has a 4.4 as we speak. So he has worked extremely hard. And I can tell you, if you were to put a test in front of him, he would not Christmas tree it. He would want to be proving that his score could be as high as anyone. There's two things I want to speak to you about. One is a decision you've already made, and I would have been here last month if I would have seen it coming down the pike. And that is the fact that now 9th grade does not have the EOC, but now the required one is American Lit. All of our students in the state, to my knowledge, are taking 9th grade Lit. No one is hitting a non-traditional path until 10th or 11th grade. So I have two girls that are twins that are juniors at University of Georgia. They both did full IB coming out of the Marietta system. And they, again, IB started, pre-IB was 9th and 10th, and then IB was 11th and 12th. So now to make American Lit the requirement raises a lot of red flags to me. And again, the way this even surfaced was 2 weeks ago. I emailed the school, got a non-traditional student, is he in line to graduate in May? Is there any other testing, any other courses that he needs to take? And Jason Mead emailed me back, he's like, well, actually that changed last week. The state board is now saying he's got to take the American Lit, which started the snowball of calling and emailing several of you, offices here, trying to figure out what Miller's going to have to take. So even talking to Matt, I don't know that I completely understand what will happen, but what you decided in September might make my son, who's at KSU taking American Lit, have to take an exam in 8 weeks on material he hasn't even seen. So with that being said, last week, I was like, dude, you may have to take this test. I was like, let's find the review for it. So I print out the 101-page review that y'all have online. Miller skims through it, and he's like, Mom, I can do this, but this is not what we're covering at KSU. So, again, now I'm kind of speaking to the 20%, the mandated 20% that is going to count 20% of his grade. So I was a college professor for years before moving into applied work. I'm actually an expert witness now. But calling all over last week, I got Joe Blessing on the phone, who after pushing and pushing and pushing, I got Joe to admit that you as the board are assuming that these college professors are teaching to the high school EOC standards. As a college professor, I just don't think that's true. I was on the phone yesterday with someone at dual enrollment who started talking about even to have a course approved, and it got very confusing. But I was like, if I were to email Miller's, Dr. Harris Cox at KSU and ask her this question, I stay out of his dual enrollment. So I don't want to contact her for any reason. He doesn't even want his professors to know he's dual enrolled, actually. He's nailing this himself. But I don't think that they are teaching to those standards. So I would like you to go back, one, and reconsider that 9th grade Lit is what is required and not American Lit. I know that you want our highest performing students in the state taking these tests. I get that. But another consideration, when we move into thinking about the 20%, if these kids have not been taught to the standards, the IB and AP and dual enrollment kids, they could potentially score a lot worse, bringing our numbers down. Joe Blessing did not have numbers, nor did he say he kind of hemmed and hawed. We need those numbers before you start requiring that 20% of our dual enrollment and IB kids in a class where they're in a non-traditional path. What are your numbers? So I guess from my perspective, I would slow this train down. Are you having my son in 8 to 10 weeks take an exam on things he hasn't even seen. And what other parent even knows this? If I weren't so type A with my 2 masters and PhD, looking, 10 months down the road at him graduating, I wouldn't even have discovered this. I've called some other dual enrollment moms that are like, how did you even find this out? We have no idea what you're talking about. So one, this year, especially in the middle of a pandemic, when you're changing which EOCs are required, does it need to be 20%? You are now affecting my son's hope and zeal and scholarship opportunities. Now, granted, he's sitting on a very strong GPA, but when that state takes all that weight away to determine these scholarships, I can tell you when I get my bill from UGA and my 2 that are on Zelle and the tuition line is $9,800 minus $9,800, it's incredible what these kids have worked so hard to get that now you're mandating 20% in a non-traditional class. I think I've said enough. If y'all have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, are there other speakers?
No, not at this time. No, sir.
Superintendent Woods, thank you. And while everybody's here, I just want to share a couple of things. Number one, I've had some very robust conversations with several board members. Superintendent Woods, Deputy Superintendent, Chief of Staff, Matt Jones, the Governor's Office, about the importance of having a very, very important and we'll call it productive conversation relative to testing matters. Much of what you heard from the last speaker with regard to weights, with regard to specific tests at specific grade levels, the dual enrollment matters, and so forth, are all items that I've asked Superintendent to touch on a little bit today, but in a more, I'd say, prolonged discussion to also do so going forward at our board retreat. These are all very, very important matters. So I look forward to hearing the superintendent's further information, and I really want to say thank you very much to the superintendents and the last speaker that came forward. Like Mr. Johnson, I've had an opportunity to know Dr. Rivera for some time, working together with him at the Cobb County School District before he became superintendent at Marietta City Schools. But I just want to thank everybody very much for their participation and their heartfelt comments. Appreciate you sharing everything that you did with the board today. Okay. Superintendent Woods.
We do have a couple other folks, I think, from our RESAs. I think, Matt, could you speak to the part? I think this is going to be on accountability. We don't want to necessarily hold them up, so.
I know they probably want to get on the road, so I appreciate the flexibility in the agenda today. It's a pleasure to introduce our great RESA partners. One thing we've been strongly committed to since being here has been strengthening that partnership with the RESAs and providing them the support and resources to provide those regional supports. They're a critical partner across the state, particularly in our rural areas where my background is from. Those districts really rely on their RESAs for that critical support. So it gives me great pleasure and honor to call up our RESA partners to talk about the partnership we share and the resources and support we provided them in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I'm Richard Smith. I'm the Executive Director at First District RESA. Our district represents the southeastern part of the state. And our reason for being here today is partly twofold. The most important and the first thing we want to do is to say to Superintendent Woods and to Chairman Sweeney and to the rest of the board, thank you for your gift to us last month by including us in the CARES Act funding. It made a big difference in what we'll be able to do and how we're able to work with our districts across the state and through our RESA funding. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Trey Allen and Mike Long for what they do in my district. They represent First District and through their board membership. And I know, well, I've called on each one of them. They've met with our superintendent's groups and through this pandemic situation, and just very well informed to keep, which I know each of you are for your RESA district and your directors there too. So from there, I'd like to just speak just a minute on what we've been doing in our district. We're going to speak an example from our individual districts, but we're speaking from a RESA state consortium, and this is, the work that's going on across the state. We meet as directors every month, and a lot of the same things that we're going to share with you today are what we're hearing from everyone. I asked my staff at a staff meeting the other day, I said, if you could go back to March 13th of 2020, what would you tell yourself now what would you tell yourself that you know now that would help you? And we've all been through trying times. This pandemic has been, I've heard the word used a lot of overwhelming. When something's overwhelming, it means that you're getting too much or that you're getting it too fast. I think we can all say that we've gotten too much too fast for the last 6 or 8 months. Okay, that's what's been going on with us. This is my 32nd year in education. I've been a math teacher, a high school principal, a superintendent, done lots of things in here, but I feel like a brand new educator again. And that is the sentiment that we get from our teachers, our administrators, our colleagues that we work with in our districts. They are, they're struggling to figure out a new norm, to figure out what needs to go on. But at the same time, they're working and they're doing what they do best, and that's look after kids. And you've heard that from our superintendent colleagues that spoke earlier. The heart that teachers and educators have for kids is what comes through. And that is what we've tried to do as a RESA, is be relationship responsive. We have the benefit of working in our districts, knowing the teachers, knowing the leaders that are in there, and we are able to work with them as they try to balance what's best for kids, what they know that they need to do to provide safety and stay healthy with their staff and their students, and then also follow the rules and regulations that are being put out by the government agencies and various things that we're dealing with here. A lot of grace, a lot of understanding, a lot of that's going on. I've got one story I want to share with you of how kind of our RESAs have worked together. When this all started, all the school systems looked at lots of different virtual type platforms and ways to deliver instruction and ways and a lot of decisions were made, and sometimes that was that they made the best choice they could make, but maybe didn't have a lot of time to make that because of the thing. What we did as a staff in RESA with our consultants, our academic consultants, our technology consultants, we went to work learning all these platforms. We went to work being Microsoft certified and Google certified and learning the different platforms that our systems were purchasing to bring in, so that we could then provide the technical assistance in there. And what we were able to do also in our 19 districts that we represent was to take the ones that were developed, that had purchased common types of platforms, and pool them together, bring them together in a Google Meet or a Zoom meeting or something, and let them talk through with each other and let them hear what they're what each one was dealing with. And as we met with superintendents and as we met with principals, as we met with teachers, the same thing came out over and over and over was, I'm so glad to hear that I'm not the only one struggling with this. And that fact that they were able to connect with each other and hear that, learn from what others were doing and hear that same sentiment, it gave them some support, and it gave them some reason to know that they weren't in this alone. But again, we appreciate what you as a board are doing for students, for schools across this state. Superintendent Woods, it's been said, and I want to echo it too, your approach, your common sense approach, your grace and your mercy and your compassion for kids and for teachers and what's going on right now, I strongly commend you for that, and thank you for what you're doing. So I'll ask Rachel to come and talk a little more.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Richard Smith is our esteemed RESA Network president, and he's doing a fabulous job. So thank you for starting us off. Today is the first day that I have driven to Atlanta since March. So on my drive up here, I was thinking, what is the best part about being a RESA director? This is my 9th year as a RESA director, and I'm retiring after this year. So I'm starting to think about all the good things that I've loved about it. And I think the best part is on any given day, before I even leave the house, I can talk to a superintendent, a principal, a teacher, and maybe even a state board member. So those relationships are so important to my job, because those relationships mean we know exactly what the people working in schools and the people working at the DOE need from us. And that has made it so important to our job, especially during the pandemic. So 2 things happened on March 13th. One, I brought my staff together and I said, we're going to be closed down for a couple weeks. So we need to figure out what to do for teachers. So we got together and we put together all these resources. We built a website, and we have really young, energetic folks at our RESA, and we built a website and we put it by tabs on content, based on content. And then I stopped on the way home at Costco and I bought a case of canned chicken. And that case of canned chicken is still sitting in my garage. And it just tells you that we didn't really know what to expect, right? We put those resources together. We thought we'd be home a couple weeks. I'd never used the canned chicken. So in a couple weeks, we figured out.
Rick, don't knock it.
Well, I'm not really sure what to do with it. Chicken, maybe
Yeah, it's a
chicken
late night snack,
salad,
man.
maybe chicken salad. I'll text you,
Buffalo
Mike,
chicken
and maybe
dip.
you
I
can
got the
help me.
recipe.
Maybe you can help me figure out what to do with that. My husband's like,
Ritz
why?
crackers
We've
are good.
never eaten canned chicken. I was like, I didn't know what to do. I've never lived through a pandemic. So we figured out in the next couple of weeks, when we learned we're going to be home for a while, that we had to figure out something else. And all the RESAs kind of lived and breathed through this. We've got to figure out what to give our teachers. So we put together a virtual learning academy, and we put teachers through it. We probably put close to 1,000 teachers through it at our RESA. And we helped them build a virtual classroom. And we teach them through that classroom how to work through engagement. How do you engage kids virtually? How do you assess kids? How do you differentiate instruction? How do you talk about cyber citizenship and all those really important things? And we're still doing that. But we've also added professional learning for teachers on content and for parapros, because parapros need professional learning too. We're doing coaching online using a great platform called SIBME, Seeing is Believing Me, that we can timestamp feedback for teachers using video. We're doing lots of technical support. And now teachers are saying, I'm getting so many emails from vendors who say, this technology is the best and you need to use it. Can you start curating these resources for me? So we're doing that and providing what we call RESA minis for teachers and curating resources. It's stuff we've never done before, but because we have these relationships with teachers and superintendents and they're telling us what they need, we've been able to really pivot our work. And you can see at the bottom, between us and First District RESA, we're serving more teachers than ever through the pandemic. And we're just so thankful and blessed to have the opportunity to work with you guys and work with our systems. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Can I
Any
say
questions?
Can I say something? Scott, I just want to say thank you to our RESAs. And I'm a little bit prejudiced because Rachel is my West Georgia RESA person, and I'm going to be very sad when she goes. And I have been engaged with RESA for 10 years there. And when I saw what they were doing and how they had branched out, I sent Scott Sweeney a request to have the RESAs come. So Superintendent Woods, thank you for putting them on your agenda.
Yes, and we hope we'll get to come, that a different RESA will get to come every month and share with you kind of what they're doing. Yes.
I just think that we don't say thank you enough for the enormous amount of work and the outreach and the large net that you do. And when you ask your systems, who's working in the school with them, RESAs always pop up. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you so much.
Richard,
Thank you.
appreciate you too. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, did Dr. Grizzly leave?
All right. Thank you
Thank you
guys so
both.
much for
Appreciate it.
everything.
For everything you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did both of them leave? 'Cause I had a question. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. Hey, can we have a bathroom break? Oh, good.
Does that conclude the superintendent's report altogether?
We have a couple other, or one more other item, but that would free up our guest right now.
This frees up our guys. Okay, so
We'll recess now, it's 1:30? Or sooner.
Pick a time.
Let's recess to 1:25. 10 minutes.
Amber McCollum is now exiting. Caitlin is now exiting. Is now exiting.
But we'll just sort of play everything right here tomorrow. And there's just the, that map was just great. You know how to say it. So anyway, we'll just play it right. Okay. All right. Everything clean up later. Thank you, ladies. And it was a dance today. But Alfred and kitchen, lots of cobwebs in the back. I was telling you, I got lots of cobwebs. That's pretty cool. And I cleaned the door faces because about 3/4 of the way down, it was all gold. That's the first time I've seen that, but I cleaned it for a screen upside and got it all off. And we do need some more air freshener for that outside. No, we didn't use it as spray. Oh, the spray. I'll check. I don't know if I do.
Is now exiting.
All right. See you tomorrow. Good morning.
Is now exiting.
Lynette Dodson
is now exiting.
Where is she? Well, you know what? They get done, go out and see the birds, and I'll bring
is now joining. Is now exiting.
No. I actually can't because I'm on my phone. You probably need to call him. My phone's tied up.
be sitting in the chair up there. I can just more comfortable here. But I just move that. No. It went down. Maybe lifting at the light, but it's also at the bottom. What about, have you tried to call John? No, I haven't. Let's do that. Well, what are you doing? Hey, I can't make a phone call. I'm on live. I'm on line. Plugged into a meeting. Well, I'm working too. Okay, well, don't call.
Make sure we got our folks online
And I totally.
still with us. Chairman Sweeney, you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will. Nice to meet you.
Dr. Mosley, you there?
President accounted for, sir.
Sir. Mr. Long, you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Mason, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you all. Just wanted to make sure that we had all our folks here. We'll get started back when superintendent comes back in. I think board members are all here at the table.
I guess
He's not stupid. He's
so
he'd be better off.
we're going to finish the superintendent's report.
We
We finished it, didn't we?
No, well,
Are we going, that's why I was
see
asking
what
where
his-
we go
his
about to go
desire
into
is.
rules, so,
we are going.
ready if we are?
Yeah. So, and by the way, Mr. Downey had to leave for the rest of the meeting to go to court. I mean, he's a lawyer, he's not a defendant, so.
Well.
So he said.
Yeah, he may be both.
Both sides of the law, right? Never be on board.
So,
Are you sure
so he
about
won't be present for the remainder of the meeting. But hopefully we can finish up in a timely manner.
Her.
Would you like to go back to the agenda?
Yeah, we'll just go back.
We'll just go back to the agenda, and then if there's other items that we need to do, we'll call on the superintendent for his report. Okay, we'll go back to the agenda now. We are at item H, Rules Committee. Dr. Mosley, Chair of the Rules Committee, and I know he's going to be have an able assistant here, but I will turn it to you, Butch, to chair that, and then you can move from there.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. First, let me say my congratulations and appreciation for all the speakers that shared their passion for learning and their support of the children of Georgia and their staffs. There was some wonderful dialogue there. Being a former educator, it hit home with me right to the heart. And I know what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis because I'm extremely still involved in my own local area. And I'm sort of grateful that I don't have to make some of those decisions that they're making today because unfortunately, or fortunately, one day they're right, the next day they're wrong. And it's not because of their efforts, it's because of the changing dynamics of this terrible disease that we're facing right now, a virus. But moving along into rules, I'll ask Dr. Taylor to support me in the essence of time, but rule number 1, teaching and learning, workforce-ready career pathway.
So for item number 1, we can, as we know, school district CTA directors, industry, and post-secondary partners collaborated to create a new career pathway for all students. This workforce career-ready career pathway is designed to provide a deeper dive into employability skills, basic academic integration, personal finance skills, self-advocacy, leadership, and workforce preparation to equip students with the tools and skills needed to enter the workforce. The courses in this pathway were approved to be posted for comment at the August board meeting and have been posted for more than 30 days.
Can you share the comments, Dr. Wall?
Hello, Dr. Wall.
I've got quite a few comments that came in while this was being posted. I doubt you want me to read all 20.
No, just give us a general, yeah.
I'll just read a few for you. Grady County said the workforce-ready skills must be taught to all students in order to provide them with a well-rounded, complete educational experience. They also said, I believe this is an essential program to bridge the workforce readiness level of the diverse group of students.
So they were generally positive, you would say?
Yes,
Okay.
very positive throughout. We even heard from the Department of Juvenile Justice, this being a course that would benefit their students. We heard from all parts of Georgia, north, south, east, and west, and the comments were extremely positive.
Good, right.
This began out of a local need that was expressed.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, item 1 will move to the consent agenda. I think item 2 was withdrawn according to my agenda. Moving to item number 3.
So item 3 is federal programs amendment to State Board of Education Rule 160-4-5.02, Language Assistance Program for English Learners for adoption. And we brought this rule to you last month. This rule is being amended to provide updated definitions and terminology to align with the current ESEA Elementary and Secondary Education Act as amended by Every Student Succeeds Act statute, to clarify the distinction between state and federal language programs. The ESOL delivery model options will be updated to align with the U.S. Department of Education reporting requirements, the Georgia Department of Education data collections definitions and current flexibility practices, and clarifies the alignment of the English language proficiency assessment with the English language proficiency standards necessary to be successful in the Georgia Standards of Excellence. This rule amendment was approved to be posted for comment at the August board meeting and has been posted for 30 days.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Any questions or comments on item 3? Hearing none, item 3 will move to the consent agenda. Number 4.
Item number 4 is strategic waivers school systems contract amendments. As you know, the strategic waiver school systems are seeking additional flexibility within their SWISI contracts to support their ability to address operational needs and support student achievement and growth. The contract amendment petitions submitted by these systems meet all the requirements of rule and law. The systems requesting waivers are Brantley County, Clinch County, Cook County, Lowndes County, Ware County, and Worth County. And the additional waivers requested by each system are included in the attachments, and the petitions have been approved by each local board of education.
Any questions or comments on item 4?
I do. I have a question again, because we talked about this last time. There are lots of districts with the waiver request, but normally we have a link from the waiver and how they're going to use it with accountability and their innovative approach to things. It's real helpful to see that so that we can take it back to our districts and share when they ask. So is there a...
So can you clarify for me in terms of the link to the...
Well, you know, when you ask for a waiver, then they're kind of telling you how they're going to use that waiver to help student performance or to improve.
Dr. Taylor, why don't you go over each request and what it's for?
Right, so we can go through...
Well, I don't think we need to do that.
We could compile that into one list for you in terms of the justification of why they wish to use the waiver. It's important to note, though, as you talk about the accountability, it won't speak to the specific accountability because the accountability measures are outlined within the contract, but how they intend to use the waivers will be justified, and we could put that into one document so you're not having to look at all of the ones from August, July, and today.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Rice, you okay?
I'm good.
Good. Any other questions or comments on item 4? Hearing none, item 4 will move to the consent agenda. Item 5.
Item 5 is a waiver request from State Board of Education Rule 160-5-1-.34, Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. The attached list of private schools participating in the Special Needs Scholarship Program has requested a waiver of the language in Section 5A of State Board of Education Rule 160-5-1.34, Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program, specifically the section that states where students physically attend class in order to offer full-time online virtual instruction to some of the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship students. The waiver will only be for the 2020-2021 school year. And the participating private school requesting this waiver this month is Jacobs Ladder Center in Roswell, Georgia.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on item 5? Hearing none, item 5 will move to consent agenda. Item 6.
Item 6 is a request to initiate a rule amendment from State Board of Education Rule 160-4-2-.13, statewide passing score. The official code of Georgia annotated section 20-2-281J requires the state board to adopt rules and regulations requiring the results of end-of-course assessments to be included as a factor in a student's final grade in the core subject course for which the end-of-course assessment is given. SBOE rule, this rule currently places that percentage weight at 20%. It is recommended that the rule be amended to provide that the EOC percentage weight to be included in a student's final grade in the course assessed by the Georgia Milestones EOC be reduced to 0.01% for the 2020-2021 school year only, in recognition of the continued impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on students, families, and educators.
You've heard item 6. Any questions or comments?
We can pull it.
Hearing none.
Well, no, sir, please wait.
No, there are, excuse me, Dr. Mosley, I should have told you, there is discussion.
Okay, have at it.
Mr. Roy, you want?
No, I mean, this gets to, obviously, the conversation that we've been having and around testing and then the superintendent's message that we have in there and where we're at and what we're going to do. I was hoping to ask, we've heard from very thoughtful people this morning who are trying to figure out what to do and what the right thing to do is. And I can tell you, there are very, very few things in my 10 years on this board that have kept me up at night and have just totally wrenched my gut on what's the right thing to do. And I think this gets into, we really need to look at this. It's something we heard today, compassion over compliance. And I think we need to break it up into a few different buckets.
Yeah, let's pull this for a separate vote and then have that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's wise.
that's the
Thank you.
right
So,
thing to do.
so we will vote on item 6.
Dr. Margaret Baker.
In itself. Is that is that the sense of?
Is now exiting.
It's not going to the consent agenda because we don't have consent. So that item number 6 will be pulled for a separate vote, and we'll have the discussion on that item. So, Dr. Mosley, yes, back to you.
Okay, my understanding then is item 1, item 3, item 4, item 5 will go to consent. Item 6 will be discussed and voted separately. Is that correct?
That's the way I understand it, correct.
Okay.
Well, Debbie, wait a minute, Debbie has a point here. What?
Are we pulling item 3 for a separate vote?
No.
Item 3 is going to
It's the
consent,
adoption,
isn't that
yes.
correct?
Item 3 should be for a separate vote. The adoption of the English language rule, yes.
It is a separate vote?
Correct.
Item 2.
Item 3 is for a
Item
separate vote.
3 is a separate vote.
Yes.
When it's an adoption too, does it have to be a separate vote?
No, because one is the
Oh,
course
because it's-
standards and the other one's a rule, anytime a rule
Got
is
it.
adopted.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So,
Items 3 and 6 will be a separate vote then, is that correct?
Yes.
that's correct. Everyone agrees?
Okay.
1, 4, and 5 go to consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yep, 2 was pulled.
Correct.
And 2 was pulled.
May I ask a question about 2?
Yeah, so, yes, it's in order to ask a question about an item that was pulled from the,
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question about 2, the item that was pulled. Regarding the health education standards, do you have a copy of the responses that you can send out to the board members so we can see some of the responses that were put out there from different people that weighed in on the standards, please?
Yes, ma'am, and we sent that to be sent to you, so you should have that shortly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think there were 38 pages of them, I saw.
very good. Anything else from you, Chairman Mosley?
Other than it's a beautiful fall day in South Georgia, we're recovering from about 14 inches of rain from the 2 storms. It's still wet but beautiful.
Well, thank you for that update. We would like to be out there enjoying the beautiful weather as well, and we'll hope to do that before too long. Those of us that are in the room. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And moving to the next item. By the way, Chairman Sweeney, are you good? Are we good? We doing your will?
We're good.
All right, sir. All right. State Schools Committee, Mr. Long. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it very much. Just a couple of words real quick. Again, thank you for all the continued support. I've spoken with Kenny this morning on several different things, but I think a bright and shining spot in our day would be that out of all of our state schools, we have not had one student become ill. We've had a couple of staff members have to go home because of spouses being ill, but so far we have been relieved of it. They're following guidelines and protocol exactly, and it's working, and I think that in itself is a phenomenal bright spot in our day for our wonderful kids that we take care of, that there are no sicknesses amongst the COVID. So other than that, just continued support and prayers for everybody, and I'll turn it back over to you, Scott.
Let's see, I would just say to the board members, I am looking at visiting all the schools, so you should get an invitation if you wish to go to any of the state schools. So we are trying to align those meetings up.
Very good. And I would
Thank
say,
you, Superintendent Woods, and make sure we're notified of those, please, sir, and we'll try to attend there with you.
and if I may, go to the state schools. That will be if you haven't, even if you have, like many of you have been to all of them. They are some of that's some of the best time you will spend. And as you all know, and I'm not, and I say this for Leonte for your edification, but something that we all need to be reminded of. We are the direct board for the state schools, being the Georgia Georgia Academy for the Blind in Macon, the Georgia School for the Deaf in Cave Spring, and the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf here in DeKalb. So we try to make those a priority to visit, and we certainly have things that we schedule. But Superintendent Woods, thank you for that invitation, and we'll hope to. Some of us will hope to join you at one or all of them. So. Okay. Anything on items for information on $50,000 and under for report? No, nothing. Okay, that's just items for information. Ms. Kennemore, legal personnel and minutes. Our executive.
Make a motion to move the following to the consent agenda: the September personnel report, individual student waivers, minutes of the August 27, 2020 State Board meeting, and minutes of the August 27, 2020 executive session meeting, and the September legal report, with the exception of the 2 cases that have been pulled for separate vote.
Okay, very good. Any objection to those going to the consent agenda? Hearing none, they will. And Superintendent Woods, you have
As far as other items, I think we were going to have something, I think, on graduation, but we'd like to maybe move that to the board retreat. Today, I think Senator P.K. Martin is having a committee meeting on looking at graduation pathway expansion. So there's been some information passed on along to them, but we can kind of delay that. As I said, this was initiated by the Senate and the Senate Ed Committee under his leadership. So they may have more to say during the course of the day. I think, Matt, anything else on that? What about on anything on assessment? Do we
still want to do the testing update? I know there's already been some lively discussion on that. I didn't know if we wanted to do the presentation as well, or.
I mean, I know we're going long, but one of the most important things we can do right now, I think, is help. I mean, as we just heard, several of the districts here today are in our pilot and have some discussions on that. And where we're at with our pilot, I think, is very relevant to the 2 that we pulled on EOCTs and on budget. I think they really all tie together.
We're glad to go. I mean, that is completely up to y'all. So if you want to roll, we'll go ahead. Is that Matt? I think you and Allison
as well.
Okay. All right.
Do our board members that are on the phone have a copy of this?
No. But they could be on the webcam website.
The streaming. Yeah, it should be live on the streaming right now.
Yep, I see it there now.
Is this?
But we can.
Matt, are we good to go?
I believe we're good to go. Yeah, we'll definitely make sure this copy is sent out to everyone after the board meeting. I'm gonna drive for the most part and let Allison go through this presentation. I have one slide that's my responsibility. I'll do that one when we get to it, but Allison's gonna walk through this with you, and then, of course, we'll have opportunity for Q&A at the end. Allison, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Perfect. Thank you to Matt, Superintendent Woods, Mr. Chairman, and board members for the opportunity to provide an update on our assessment program for the 2021 school year. We can move forward, Matt. Last year, we began a process of shifting our focus away from summative assessment and toward formative assessment. While we believe there is a role for a responsible and appropriate amount of accountability, we want to shift more focus to the use of formative assessment to inform instruction. The current pandemic has made this shift even more important. Several recent changes support this shift in focus as well. As you know, Senate Bill 367 eliminates 5 tests, 4 EOC assessments, and grade 5 social studies. It also requires districts to administer the end of grade assessment within the last 25 days of the regular school year, thereby maximizing instructional time before testing occurs. Additionally, the updated Georgia Milestones test design that we presented last spring reduces the amount of time students spend on summative testing. Regarding formative assessments, our focus has been on supporting districts through GKIDS, Keenville, and the new DRC Beacon, all 3 of which can be administered remotely during the pandemic. Our state-level formative assessments, combined with district's local formative assessments, place more focus on timely data and adjusting instruction while instruction is still occurring. This formative data can support student learning in a low-stakes environment. Next, Matt. We have spoken before about the new Georgia Milestones test design and how it reduces the amount of time students will spend on summative assessments. However, I would like to highlight that we are talking about saving a significant amount of time. All students will see at least a 3-hour reduction in testing time across all 4 content areas, and that's the minimum time savings. On average, students taking assessments in all 4 content areas will save 4.5 hours. For students in grades that assess ELA and math only, students on average will save 2.25 hours in administration of Georgia Milestones. This updated design not only reduces the amount of time students spend testing, but it also makes scheduling and administering assessments easier for districts, which is especially important this school year. Next slide. Now that we have received the U.S. Department of Education's response to our request to waive assessment and accountability requirements this school year, we know that testing must occur. Therefore, Superintendent Woods has committed to reducing the high-stakes nature of testing this year and has made several recommendations accordingly. As you know, at today's meeting, he's recommending that the state board reduce the weight of the EOC in students' final grades from 20% to 0.01% for this year. Additionally, last week, Superintendent Woods directed all charter system and strategic waiver school system districts to use input from teachers and parents, placement committees, class performance, and formative tools, but not Georgia Milestones performance, to make student promotion retention decisions this school year. Next. Finally, my office is working with districts to provide as much flexibility as possible to assist with the appropriate and safe administration of Georgia Milestones and other required assessments. Districts who would normally utilize the winter EOC window can utilize the EOC spring mid-month or spring administration windows as needed to ensure a more appropriate amount of instructional time is available prior to testing. Districts can also work with us to extend their windows later in the school day to include afternoon and evening sessions if needed. And they can also utilize different testing schedules to complete required assessments in a safe manner. There may also be other flexibilities that districts need, and we will always work with them to provide as much flexibility as possible. And now I'd like to turn it over to Matt for an update.
Sure, thanks, Allison. As you can see, in the spirit of what we've heard today, we're doing everything possible to extend compassion over compliance during this unprecedented time. I did also want to just kind of speak to where kind of this testing conversation got started when the governor took office. Governor Kemp, working with Superintendent Woods, put together an assessment task force that included superintendents from across the state. Michelle Taylor from Calhoun City was one of the members of that task force. and they really came together to start talking about the issue of high-stakes testing. You can see their recommendations that came from that task force. So the first recommendation was, of course, looking at the number of state required assessments and getting us more in line with the federal minimum. And so we worked with the governor's office and the chairs of the education committees on Senate Bill 367 to do just that. The second recommendation that they had was the length of the assessment. So we really looked at our assessment design to make sure we had something that was valid and reliable, but also had the very lightest footprint possible so that we could preserve and protect instructional time. And that's the number of hours our students are going to be saving when they take the redesigned milestones this school year. And the third component that was recommended from this group of superintendents was a optional formative assessment. Michelle Taylor spoke about those focus groups that we had with members of the assessment task force, and they were able to look at the Beacon tool, and there was a wide support for implementing that tool and adopting that tool for this school year. We definitely had superintendents, Michelle Taylor being one of those, that were using Navi and MAPS as part of their assessment system. But they really felt strongly that pilot work should continue, but they needed something right now that they knew aligned to the milestones and also provided some predictive analytics on how students would perform on the milestones, and used a similar platform that the Georgia Milestones uses. So that wasn't a tool that was actually picked out of thin air. This was a tool that superintendents provided some direct feedback on. So those were the recommendations of the governor's assessment task force. You can see that we've made a lot of progress on these recommendations, and I think we're getting a lot of support from our superintendents and teachers on that front. Allison?
Matt, real quick on that, who's on the assessment task force? What supers are?
We can provide a list, but the superintendents were chosen by the governor's office. We provide
that night. And then we start getting phone calls, and we don't know. And I think that's sort of disrespectful to us if we're supposed to be making these decisions that are really key for our students in Georgia. And if that's been going on that long and you've just been holding that and not sharing that with us, I don't understand.
Well, I'll address that. I think when I look up there, I'm looking Governor's Assessment Task Force. Now, last time I checked, who appoints the Board of Education? It's not the superintendent, but it is the governor of the state of Georgia.
But Richard, we were going, and I'll bring you up to date on it.
Again, this is not our role to interfere with the governor's decisions. I mean, he is coming and he created this.
I'm not questioning his decision. I'm not saying anything about his.
We'd like to be in the loop. If you know something that that we're not aware of, it would be, just a courtesy. We would appreciate a courtesy, just letting us know, giving us a heads up, at least asking the question. We haven't seen you involved.
But again, I go back to the point. And I did have a conversation, if we're talking about the request, I did speak with Chairman Sweeney on the topic. I let him know my thoughts of what I hope to propose. Now, again, as we look at all these things, I mean, if this is all the case where you're looking, then we need to give you every single item on all the things, on the front end.
No, that's not true.
Well,
You know
I mean,
that.
yeah.
All we're asking to be is to be brought in, just like you in a family. When you going on a vacation, you don't the day say, we're packing, we're going. You kind of talk about things and plan it. We're just asking that when we know these things, let us hear about it too with you so we can share and have some thought in it. And then when we get to the day like today, we're not going, scratching our heads going, gosh, I've had multiple phone calls over a few days, and now we're having to make a decision. And I agree with what Mike said. I mean, I'm a teacher. I'm very, I don't want teachers to be hurt. We're all about doing the best for our kids. But it would be great to have had a long conversation about why you thought 0.1% was good, why you thought, were there any unintended consequences that you might see out of this? What are we hearing from our people? Is it an opportunity to see what we're doing well? Is it an opportunity to see our instructions going? We've had none of these conversations, and we're not, I'm not trying to be unkind or anything. I'm just saying that I take this seriously. We're a constitutional board, and I want to do the best for the students and support you and what we're doing. It's hard to support or come up with the right answers in 24/7, and that's all we're saying.
I don't think it's 24/7 because we initiated and shared this with the board last week.
Well,
Now, you've had an entire,
Now exiting.
These are months and months of people coming together and giving ideas.
well, I would go to this. Now, if anybody is questioning where I stood, I sent a waiver up to Washington DC. And that waiver, again, with the support of the governor of the state of Georgia, was asking that we would have no test, and again, the accountability would be passed in.
And the board supported it too.
And okay, you support that. And so I'm now coming to you to ask for this waiver. Now, if you disagree with it, that's fine. I have no inkling with that.
Richard, this isn't a waiver necessarily. I mean, we're still going to have to go through the processes, though.
And I'm
It's
trying to,
very different from the waiver that we
Is now
supported for
joining.
USAID.
But I think philosophically, if we're saying with that waiver that you said you agreed to, that we don't think it is the right thing to do to have high-stakes testing during this school year with the pandemic, that we're philosophically on the same page with that, and we hear from Betsy DeVos that the waiver has been denied, the testing waiver, and the superintendent the same day, and this was more than probably a month ago, says in a public statement, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure these tests do not have high-stakes pieces tied to them. And again, that was done more than a week ago. That was done months ago, the same day the waiver, the letter came out. We can't be shocked when the superintendent makes recommendations to do what he said he was going to do.
excuse me, Matt, but I'm just saying that, so you may say only a week, but since during that week, I've received no contact, okay? I mean, if you have questions about anything that I put forward, you can contact me. So I think that, and this is, again, a board rule. I'm asking for this year. We went through the process. This is what I'm asking. Now, today we can have that discussion. It's in an open forum. And again, I'm all over there. Like that, I'll stay till 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, however you want to, how long you want to have that discussion. Now, other people, again, we looked at this and we look at, the initial waiver. I mean, we had 96% of the people who responded across the state of Georgia. And just as you say you're a constitutional board, I'm a constitutional elected officer. I'm elected by the people of Georgia. And that's who, I am appealing to on their behalf. And again, it's not to catch anybody off guard, but again, as I said, I shared with this. I let, the proper individuals following the chain of command know of what my intentions were. And again, I'm following through with those intentions.
Let me, if I could, I'd like to weigh in here just a little bit. First of all, Superintendent Woods, thank you for your comments. I appreciate the board member comments as well. There are a few things. Number one, and everybody knows this, the timeline that was described by Superintendent Woods and also
David Mosley
by Matt,
Is now exiting.
by Matt are accurate. I mean, the board unanimously supported a waiver. We did not receive the waiver. The superintendent made known his disappointment in a letter in response to Secretary DeVos. I actually appeared on a public event, and I echoed the superintendent's disappointment as well. And the superintendent did let me know, and it was not a surprise, that there was going to be something coming relative to, a more formal recommendation. I didn't know what the number was or anything like that, but at the end of the day, this is the recommendation that's before us. I don't know what the right answer is.
Is now
One
joining.
of the things, and I discussed this with Matt Jones about the timing of the announcement and what from a board member perspective. And what happens in a situation like this is that superintendent's finalizing the agenda items, it gets put out on Assembly, and the moment that it is out there in the public domain, what ends up happening is that the superintendents, the RESA directors, the media individuals, and other interested people start pinging people, and in many instances, that's the board member. And what ends up happening is that we have not yet received that number, that 0.01% number. And so when somebody hits us with that, we haven't had a chance to actually see the agenda item. That's a challenge. And one of the things, and I've talked to many of the board members about this, is a key feature of the retreat discussion I like to have centers on this kind of communication so we can button these things up. I understand Richard's team and the governor's direction and some of the frustrations that are shared by many of the board members and so forth. I would really, really like to work toward improving these things as well so we can move forward productively. At the end of the day, we've got an amazing task before us, looking out for the welfare and the benefit of the children and the students and teachers all throughout the state of Georgia. And I don't know what the right answer is with regard to this particular accountability. We do have an agenda item to discuss and an action item to discuss relative to that. And I think we should hold that discussion till then. But Richard, one of the things that Helen asked is, like, I think people really want to understand, how is it that we came to 1%? Tell me about the importance of the timing of this agenda item relative to, if it's acted upon, the result that it's acted upon, if it's not acted upon, if it's hunted down the road. I think board members need to hear that. And again, it could be something that we discuss during the agenda item itself. But, I think board members are keenly interested in learning the rationale behind getting to 1% on these numbers and wholeheartedly taking into account the information that was shared by the very impassioned superintendents and others and the RESA directors and parents that we heard earlier today. So I would love to hear your comments. And again, we could do that now, or we could actually do it during the action item.
And Scott, and you can respond, but point of order is I think the proper time, we're in a report, I think the proper time for this discussion that we're actually engaged in is when there's a motion on the table. So I would suggest that, Mr. Chairman, and also in clarification, because it has been stated that this board supported because and I'm not saying we didn't. I'm not saying we did. I don't think this board was asked to act on the waiver request that was sent to Secretary DeVos. That was an action by the superintendent and the governor, and I don't think this board weighed in on it whatsoever. So just to correct that, does someone on this board recall an action that this board took in?
Does the board support it?
Yeah, I believe that
that's
action.
important for
I
people.
believe that action took place in June.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Scott?
Wait a
I
minute.
couldn't hear him.
For 2021,
I think there was a discussion about it.
was there?
I
Okay.
recall a discussion about it.
I can be corrected. I just don't recall.
I'll look it up on
That's okay.
the board.
That's neither here nor there. I was just.
I mean, I think it is, but I think other pertinent is that to it. I had a superintendent tell me this week that based on what he knows today and where we are today versus where we were back then in June, he is not in favor of going to 0.1%. That because of what was done over the summer, their staff worked their butt off, they prepared, they've got it. He said he's fine with 20, but understands and supports whatever the board does, but he feels differently than he did back in
But whether it's .01 or some other number that makes it inconsequential, I think that's what you're trying to do, so that it doesn't tank somebody's grade if they don't do well on this test. Is that right?
Yeah,
Whether,
well,
I mean, that's the goal.
It is part of.
Part of
the
it.
Conversation, yes.
Because like the lady that was just in here speaking from Marietta City Schools, she brought up the 20% several times, and this particular .01 would solve her problem. You know, and I know that's a small number of students, but that would solve the problem in that top end of students.
Just for this year.
Just for this year.
Yeah,
That's
her
right.
issue is beyond.
But hers is because in dual enrollment.
Right.
Okay, so
But-
that's another kind of bucket too, to discuss.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm fine with these recommendations, as far as what we need to do, because I do think we're in a very different time this year as far as how all of this goes and the testings and the assessments. I think we need to do the testing, and I was quite encouraged about the superintendent that we heard here from the rural district that, you know, has found a way to manage their kids and to get the assessments that they need so that their kids are moving forward. I think that's positive.
Well, let me just ask this, because unintended consequences. I also had some say that that what the survey that was taken early on, they feel differently about it now, and that maybe 20% should stand, but not hold anybody. The teachers don't ding the teachers for anything, and I want to know why we came up with .1, and also. Some people were saying we were getting that we have a great time right now
Is now exiting.
to determine if we're going to take the test and we want our students to do the best on it and everything. And so when you have that, you have great data to calculate how well are we doing with online learning? How well is instructional delivery going? What resources do we need to align? And so I don't know what kind of message, Richard, that might send. I'm just asking. I'm just trying to talk it out. What unintended consequences would it send if we say, don't worry about this test, because every one of these principals says, my people they're going to do their best. So there is some kind of level that they've already set that their performance is going to be high. And you want your performance, you don't want to hurt students. We're not about hurting students. We want the best for students. We certainly don't want our teachers to feel like we're supporting them. But if we don't have some kind of testing and we don't have them do it, and with fidelity, so to speak, then you're not going to get the data that we're going to need for all of our districts to understand possibly, like I said, how well are we doing? How well is the instruction going? And what do we need? It's a tool to say, what can we do to help you move forward, because this unprecedented time, we know that students have already come to school way, way behind. And it's saying, what can we do to help catch up?
Well,
That's back to the
I'm
point of
sorry.
order.
I'm
That
sorry.
the chairman has suggested, and I agree, that the proper time, let's finish this report and let's have this discussion when there's a motion on the table.
I agree.
If you all will just hold all the thoughts, because this is a discussion we need to have, but just at the right moment.
Allison, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
How's dinner coming along?
I'm getting started.
All right, we're ready to go on our.
Okay, great. Thank you. So lastly, as part of our update today, I would like to provide an update on the Georgia Innovative Assessment Pilot. As you will recall, 2018 Senate Bill 362 created the State Innovative Assessment Pilot. We then applied for the Federal Innovative Assessment Demonstration Authority, or IADA, which was approved by the U.S. Department of Education on July 12, 2019. The two consortia that are part of the IADA, the Georgia MAP Assessment Partnership and the Putnam Consortium, just completed year one of the IADA. The consortia have 5 years under IADA to develop and scale their innovative assessment systems. At the end of the 5-year period, we can apply for a 2-year extension in order to scale the state selected assessment system statewide. Next slide. And so here we have an update on the state board's requirements related to the State Innovative Assessment Pilot under state law and our progress in meeting these requirements. At this time, we have completed 3 of those requirements: creating the Innovative Assessment Pilot Program, working with the Governor's Office of Student Achievement to develop and implement the program, and obtaining flexibility from the U.S. Department of Education through the IADA. 3 requirements are in progress. We are working with the IADA district's request to waive GKIDS. We have contracted with external experts to assist with the Innovative Assessment Pilot, and then the annual report on the pilot will be completed this month. And then 2 requirements are upcoming. First, participating systems will be able to amend their flexibility contracts to utilize their innovative assessment once they have demonstrated comparability with Georgia Milestones. And second, toward the end of the IADA period, we will contract with an independent third party to evaluate comparability between the innovative assessments and the state assessment. And then lastly, 1 requirement, the waiving of accountability requirements of Part 3, Article 2, Chapter 14 for participating schools is not yet completed. Next. So as I mentioned, as part of our IADA, we are required to submit an annual performance report to the U.S. Department of Education each year. Our first APR is due today. The APR requires that we provide updates on several topics, which I've listed here. Topics include progress toward plans and timelines, student performance on the innovative assessment systems, school demographics, and consultation and feedback obtained during the reporting year. The APR also requires information on the processes and procedures being followed to develop valid, reliable, and comparable innovative assessment systems. This includes topics such as test blueprints, item specifications, development and review procedures, technical adequacy, elicitation of intended response processes, review for bias, alignment, and processes for reducing construct irrelevance. The update on meeting requirements of Section 1111B refers to how each assessment system is meeting the specified requirements in federal law, including aligning to the state academic content standards, expressing results consistent with those standards, generating annual summative determinations that are valid, reliable, and comparable, and providing for the participation of all students, among other requirements. Finally, the APR asks for updates on how educators are being trained on the innovative assessment system, how students, parents, and staff have been familiarized with the system, how educators are using the innovative assessment data, what changes in membership have occurred, how the consortia are providing parental notifications, any budget changes, and required signed assurances from all participating LEAs. Next. So I'd like to wrap up with the next steps for the innovative assessment pilot. As you can imagine, the work of both consortia has been impacted by the pandemic. Given what occurred in spring of 2020, we didn't administer Georgia Milestones. The consortia have limited innovative assessment data because their assessments were also disrupted, and some development work had to be postponed. Both consortia are currently adjusting plans and timelines to account for the impact of the pandemic, and they have detailed that impact in their APR to the U.S. Department of Education. Given the continuing nature of the pandemic this school year, the 2021 data will be challenging to use for comparability studies as there are threats to comparability to previous and future years. Most likely, 21-22 data will be used for comparability studies performed during the 22-23 school year for possible implementation in 23-24. As we talked about earlier, we will continue to contract with WestEd to facilitate an IADA technical advisory committee and provide technical assistance to the consortia. These meetings occur twice a year. Next. Once each consortia has completed their comparability studies, they will submit their evidence to the IADA TAC for feedback and to the Department of Education for review and approval. Some of the considerations in reviewing the comparability evidence include score comparability or proficiency classification comparability, equal access to accommodations and accessibility features, alignment to the state academic content standards, test security, and use in the state accountability system. Upon the successful demonstration of comparability, we will work with the state board to amend participating districts' flexibility contracts to reduce double testing during the remainder of the IADA period. This is the vehicle through which districts will be approved to use the innovative assessment system in lieu of Georgia Milestones. After that approval, all participating districts will have to continue to administer Georgia Milestones to the extent necessary throughout the IADA period to continue to meet annual comparability requirements. They will also administer Georgia milestones in any grades or content areas for which they don't have a corresponding test as part of their system. And that concludes my update, so thank you for your time today.
Can you go back to slide 11?
No.
Thank you. When we have discussion. Matt, did you-
Yeah, Allison, when will we have the report from West Ed on what's happened with the Technical Advisory Committee?
The draft is due to be at the end of October.
Okay. And we'll make sure we share that
What
with
did she
board.
say?
The end of October. And we'll make sure we share that with board members.
Matt, I'm just curious about this because when we were all involved in this originally, when this consortium, this pilot came about, there was the board, along with GOSA and DOE, were partnering. I think the board actually, by law, was in a lead position, so to speak, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but, and so we had a lot of energy going with our consortiums. And then I heard her say today, because of money, finance, well, what are we doing from the DOE? We hire someone, a third party, but these are things that are a part of us, y'all. And these are our districts and our schools. And where are we as a DOE lending them a hand? Are we offering and I just wrote this down. Do you provide milestone technical data to our pilots so that they'll have the same kind of playing field that Beacon has? What are we doing to make sure that we are shoring them up for success over this 5-year period? And Allison's team and with Beacon, you'll have a lot of good things, a lot of good data to see what is really working. But I don't think they're feeling, and I can't speak for them because we haven't seen them, but West Ed is contracted, and there are people from, if I remember right, from the different consortiums that report West Ed, they report to West Ed. They aren't getting that much. Where is the DOE? They're not getting that much support.
So I can say, Allison won't say it, but I know Allison herself has put in hundreds of hours. If you saw that initial application to US, it's hundreds and hundreds of pages long that the assessment team spent hundreds and hundreds of hours putting together for us to get awarded this assessment pilot. So that assessment team has done a lot of work to support these pilots. One thing that West Ed has done is provided consulting hours to those consortiums that they can use with national testing experts across the nation to go through whatever issues that they have as they're developing a platform. And what the TAC does is they're that independent body of experts that make sure that these consortiums are on track to make sure that they can check the boxes for US Ed. And we're going to know when we send this up today, based on what the districts have filled out in their application, where they are independently. We might have a lot of personal opinions on where NAVI might be or GMAP might be, but this is going to be a third-party evaluator saying, Georgia, this is where NAVI is, this is where GMAP is, and we'll have a better idea and make better decisions on where to support those consortiums at that point, because right now we're just going on opinion and the sell instead of having an evaluator tell us. The other problematic thing is, eventually, one of these platforms might become our replacement for our summative assessment. It's a very challenging situation to be in to help design a product for a company that we're eventually going to have to bid out and procure. You know, it'd be like if, you know, we're working for helping a company develop a product that Georgia down the line is going to have to put out an RFP for and devote millions of dollars for, and you can see that there could be a very problematic conflict there. And so the type of support we provide these two entities and platforms, we have to be careful there's not a conflict of interest, because at the end of the day, it's a multi-million dollar contract these people are going to have access to. And if we help them build it, and then we're going to choose who the winner is, that puts us in a very conflicting situation. And so I think we've been very smart to provide assistance in putting the application together. I think we've been very smart to contract with a third party like West Ed, who can pull together national experts to help them design these platforms. But we have to keep some independence, because at the end of the day, we're going to be the ones, not only the DOE, but y'all as a state board, that has to independently decide the contract for the platform we're going to go with.
Okay, that makes me think then maybe we should,
A lot of work done by board members. And now I would hate to see that work go to waste by not continuing to have it as a priority in there. And I don't know that I think meeting twice a year is a priority. And how are we, I think, if you want to look at what a state prioritizes or anybody prioritizes, your family prioritizes, look at your budget. And that'll tell you what you prioritize. But in that, the SB 362, I don't believe we're living up, I just personally don't think we're living up to the spirit of the legislation. It's pulled up some of it, SB 362, and it's in the law, says, the State Board of Education shall take all reasonable steps to attain any necessary waivers of approvals and maximum flexibility from the Department of Education. And this is why I came back and had Allison go back to number 11 right now. I know a lot's going on, but comparability, and we're talking about saving money and testing. If we got a waiver on comparability out to year 5 and allowed our pilot districts to use the data that we already know is significantly comparable, and they're already telling us that they're getting the data that they're using NWA and MAP, it's aligned to our standards. If we had a waiver request to US Ed for waiving the comparability requirement to year 5 for our pilot districts, and we help them even potentially with some funding on it, or prioritize this, I think that we would have a good shot of getting that waiver, and that would save the state a whole heck of a lot of money in those. But then also we wouldn't have to double test. I don't know anybody in this room that's against not double testing. And then I would really like to see DOE we've learned they'll say no, but the law says that we're supposed to ask for all flexibility and do it, and I think it would be possibly a very good thing for us to do is to request a waiver on that double testing.
And you were in those calls at the beginning when Georgia was out front with this piece of legislation, and then USAID came out with the IADA process. Mm-hmm. Mike was in those calls we had with USAID, and they said the vehicle to make this happen is through our process, the IADA process. We're not going to entertain any other process outside this process that's been established.
Yep.
And I think, honestly, common sense would be not to test kids this year. I think most people agree with that. We have 96,000 Georgians, and 98% of them who agree with not testing in the spring this year, not testing, period. Maybe we could submit a waiver, but if we don't have that much common sense on that issue, I think we're going to have a really tough time on the comparability issue.
I'm just telling you, I believe so much in our pilot districts. If we submit that waiver process in front of God and everybody, I will pay my own airfare to go meet with Secretary DeVos or her people and try to lobby for this. I believe that getting our pilot districts and supporting them and getting from this high stakes, I don't know what high stakes really means. It's high stakes 5, 10, 20. I don't know if we can define it. But everybody knows, I think we can all agree the milestones is high stakes. But I will give 100% of my effort, energy, and even put my money where my mouth is to help lobby for those districts, for Grant Rivera and the other, and I think Taylor was part of it as well, Calhoun, on those, to be able to do that, because I believe if we can help and support those districts and get those teachers that thing that they're loving out of Beacon, that we're paying a vendor to compete with you've got a point there on the other. We need to take that into consideration on there, but we've already been approved, and it's in state law that this is what we're supposed to do, is to have it. So if we have any conflict of interest issues, we've got them deeper because they're in statute to do it. They're saying shall, not may.
But I don't think it's developed the product that you're going to have an RFP for.
Well, it says that we're supposed to try to take every step we can to get the waivers, to support the districts, to offset costs of the pilot, for the state board to contract with external independent third parties to evaluate comparability, and that's what we're doing. I'm not saying that.
Right. It definitely was on the list of what's.
Yeah, I think this is something we could all agree on. I guess what I'm hearing you disagree is you're whether you think it would get approved or not based on the statute.
Well, and I think to have that same commitment with what we're trying to do for every child, which is look at the high stakes nature of the spring administration, and see what we can do to address that. That's impacting every kid right now. We're very supportive of the pilot.
How many kids take the EOC?
I mean, I think right now, hundreds of thousands. I think right now that we, just a reminder, when the pilot was getting off the ground, we were the few that supported multiple
That's what I'm saying. We're
consortium
trying-
being a part of the pilot. And I think
we're
you had.
arguing against ourselves.
Right.
And what we were saying is we're both saying the same thing. We need to take every nugget that I think we can and out of this and try to get that flexibility for these kids in these districts and do that. And I think with one of my challenges would go into point 01. I mean, I won't get into it too much, but we are in on this, is the data. A big part of it's the data. Some of the superintendents and educational professionals that shared with me their comments. You're right, Superintendent, I did not call you, and you know what, I probably should have. But I did call some superintendents in and outside of my district and some other people that I really, really respect and said, help me. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I really don't know. I need your help. I need your help. And I talked to some of them. And
Mike,
if we've got that
Mike,
data,
for-
that data that we're getting.
For a
from
fourth grader, how much does the milestones count as their grade?
For a fourth grader, how
Right.
much does the milestones count, Matt? You know, I can't tell you.
It's,
off the top
it's
of my
called
head.
zero. Right.
Yeah, I think
And
it's
so would
zero.
you support 20% 3 through 8
no, I
and
mean,
for high
that's-
school?
That's,
Again, trying to cut through this, is in the board's purview to ask and request. If you have a request, if you have something for a waiver, initiate that, and we will follow through and send it up to US Ed. So what you were asking, we will make happen as far as a waiver.
Do you think it's the right thing to do to try to ask Superintendent Woods?
For what?
For a waiver on comparability to year 5, if we could try to get that, if you think that would be a good thing?
For comparability?
Or to help do you think that would be a good thing to help our districts to be able to waive the comparability, that portion of it right there to year 5 to allow them to not have to take in lieu of the Georgia milestones? I guess let me make sure I'm correct, and Allison, please correct me if I'm wrong. If we were to get a waiver of comparability to year 5, that those districts would not have to double test and take the milestones. Would that be accurate?
If you're asking if the federal government waives the comparability requirement, if they did that, they would be able to stop double testing sooner. But I would like to say both consortia are working very hard to develop their assessment systems. However, neither are far enough along in the development process to use their assessments in lieu of Georgia milestones, comparability aside. The hang-up isn't conducting the comparability studies. They're just still early on in the development process. And we need to give them the time they need to successfully develop their assessment systems so they can be successful. The last thing we would want to do is rush them along and try and use their results in the high-stakes accountability system, which could potentially threaten the formative nature of their assessments if we do that before they're ready.
Well, that's a great point, Allison, because what I've heard is opposite. And that may, I mean, I'm not saying you're not correct. I'm just saying what I've heard is opposite, that they could use that data and such that they are far enough along and have the data capability, some of them do, to be able to do that. So fine. I'm not going to ask for a resolution today, but I think this, on the testing, I will ask that we do that. I'd like to hear, I haven't heard, or I know our board hasn't in the last year. I mean, I know, pandemic aside, where we are, and we got a lot of board members that don't even know what we're talking about, and they're probably zoned out by now, I'm sure, on what we're doing here. But I do want to put it on the table for our next meeting to consider that waiver, even if it's for the springtime, and it's not even for, obviously we're in the EOCTs and that fall, but I'll add that as an agenda item for the next meeting so we can get some additional information.
well, how did we come up with .01, Richard?
That's on 6.
Oh, okay.
I think,
Well,
I
I
think
was
this is the
asking, and I'm not
presentation. I
right
think
to
we're done
ask.
with the presentation.
Yeah, this is really on the assessive, and I asked for it, and thank you for indulging me in putting together, because this is a soapbox that I'm on, and I'm going to continue to be on it till I'm not here anymore.
report. That's it.
We're in the report. Any other questions or anything else to add?
I'm not sure where we are now. I know it, I got lost where we were too.
Matt, I would just like to
Question
say
for
your
Matt.
presentation was so helpful. I would like to see more presentations so that we're not trying to put a puzzle together in the dark sometimes. The more information we have, the better we're able to work in tandem with y'all. And I think we go back to that word communication. It is paramount for everything we do. And I thank you for that presentation. It was most informative, and it gives us a better view of what you're doing and what your objective is and how we all work together to make it happen. And I thank you.
Absolutely.
Ditto.
Okay. Does that conclude the superintendent's report? There's no chairman's report. Is that correct? That's what my notes here say. Is there a chair's report, Chairman Sweeney?
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. No, there is no chair report.
Very good. Your weather's good, I assume, in Florida.
Is there anything definitive
It
on
is right now.
retreat yet, Mr. Sweeney, Chairman Sweeney?
Chairman, there was a question.
Just, is there anything definitive on our dates yet for the retreat? I know it's still.
The answer is, I think we will be taking a look at doing this in the second week, or the week fall. The week where November 9th falls. I'm not certain which number week that is, but we may need to do that just because of some activities that are occurring leading up to the next few weeks here. So I will be back in touch with each and every one of you.
That's what I want to know.
Mr. Chairman, Monday is the 9th of November, and that runs through the 13th, obviously, but Monday, Tuesday the 10th, Wednesday the 11th, and so forth.
Correct.
Yeah, it would be during that week, and I will be back in touch with each and every one of you.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman. If you're good, Mr. Chairman, would you like for me to move on with the state board meeting approval of the agenda and so forth? Or would you like to do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Acting on behalf of the chairman, call the State Board of Education meeting. He calls the State Board of Education meeting to order. You have the agenda before you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Any discussion on this? Take a look. Does it look like what you expect from our committee reports? That being the case, I hear no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Very good. We have approved the agenda. Next is the consent agenda. You have the consent agenda before you with 34 items on it from our previous discussion. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Make a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda and second. Discussion on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent
But,
agenda.
we already got that, and there's no discussion. All in favor, hearing no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, no.
Aye.
Very good, thank you. The consent agenda is approved. And, which takes us to, Budget Committee item number 1, the, contract amendment for the Georgia Milestones Assessment System.
Can I offer, maybe ask a question that can move us through this debate on this one rather
It would be
quickly?
most pleased if you would.
because I guess I'm asking, because there are no qualms about this. Obviously, we need to do it. We're still not sure exactly what it'll be. We know the amount that is going to Beacon. We need to support Beacon and have it, but we're going to have, I hope, some further discussion on our pilots and what we're doing. Can we earmark that portion of it to be held for, I guess, a motion could be to approve with the 1.5 million being held aside for right now, except for what's already going. I mean, I don't know how to split the baby is what I'm saying. Can that baby be split to where we can have further discussion? Does some of that 1.5 million need to go to help our pilot districts? Does some of that money need to go to Beacon? And having that, because obviously Beacon's free, our pilots aren't, they're at a huge competitive disadvantage. I don't see how our pilots survive this without some help from us. I just don't. And doing it. So we've got, I'm just trying to cut straight to the, for save time. And I'm looking at Rusk, and I don't know if Matt is still here on that. Because what I don't, I mean, I'll just say, what I don't want to move forward right now today is $1.5 million for Beacon without having a discussion about it with additional information.
My concern here is, if I'm reading this right, is that what we approved we approved this in June for a certain amount of money, and now we are asking for this to be extended. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, up almost $10
So,
million.
here, my issue is, I see our responsibility as an oversight responsibility. And that, you know, Richard Woods is the superintendent of schools, and he is the elected superintendent of schools. And that if we don't trust him to make the right decision on an additional $10 million that we're asking for, that's a bigger issue that we need to deal with at another time. My view is that, yes, we have to have this discussion, and we need to talk about a lot of these things, but we can't go in and say, you should spend $2 million this way and $5 million this way and $4 million that way. That's not our role, in my view. And so I would vote yes on this amendment at this point in time, because I think I think what they're asking for is reasonable, and it should be a different discussion maybe going forward. That's just my view on it.
I appreciate that, but respect on Title 20, the budget is actually, the board's budget is brought to us by is actually brought to us by the superintendent. The board votes on it and then sends it to the legislature. And then also there's a lot of oversight.
But we also voted on this in June.
Exactly. We have voted on the $7 million, and again, getting back to additional information. And then the board also has oversight on statute, Title 20. Title 20 and the legislature 2 years ago, and it just started, clearly said to us in those budget meetings, we want you to do this.
Right.
And part of it is legislative intent. Because I hear what you're saying, Martha, and I think we do have that bigger problem. And is reality is we do. And my goal here is not to hold up or even say we do that. My goal is to just try to preserve any funds that are available if they do. And that's why I'm asking. By passing this, we're not saying that we can't come back in later and say we need to, instead of 1.5 million going for that, if we've got that bucket, those are funds that could be used.
And I hear you, and I agree with Leanne 100%, and she's brought it up several times, several meetings, about the day before meetings versus the day meetings and having more time to discuss things. And I think what's happening is because we're not having those meetings, and I think I think going forward we need to get back to the 2-day meetings. But in the meantime, I think we're doing a real disservice to the people of Georgia, because these meetings, because of the nature of them, is we're getting involved in things that people can't. I'm not talking about I can't follow. Sometimes I can't follow, okay? But the people that are trying to follow this out in the public can't follow at all, because they don't, because these are things that should have been dealt with before we got here. I don't disagree with that, okay? But then we have to decide about what we're going to do today, because, while I'm perfectly happy to stay here till 9 o'clock if necessary, I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to address our responsibility on the agenda that we've put forth today, and then, especially at the board retreat or somewhere else, deal with these other issues. And again, I'm not trying to be difficult at all. I respect so much what you're doing and agree with most of it. I just think that we're getting too expanded here, but that's just my view.
No, and I hear what you're saying. Maybe I didn't articulate well. Maybe if we do this, Superintendent Woods, if you'll give me your word on that, that we'll can do that, and we'll look at that 1.5 million, and that money's not just automatically right now gone out to Beacon if we sign this today, but we can have a discussion about it. If you'll say that, I'm willing to make the motion.
The challenge
pass.
is districts are already using it. You heard Dr. Taylor say 43 districts are already using
I guess
the
let me even
tool,
back
and
up.
to pull the rug out from under them.
No, let me even back
I think
up.
would be a
That's, I know.
disservice.
I think I made it very clear my intent's not to pull the road back. But to even Martha's point, and she made a good point, in the budget we passed, the 7 million was 1.5 million of that encumbered for Beacon already.
At the original item, it mentioned Beacon.
It mentioned Beacon, but was 1.5 million.
And we had discussions about Beacon in the
I
Rules
know that.
Committee.
That's my specific question is in that $7 million, $7,500,000, whatever dollar budget, was 1.5 million of that encumbered for Beacon.
At their initial item that was approved, yes. What we're asking this increase is for the spring amendment to get us through the winter administration, now that we know from USED, and that's why the timeline is so tight, because when we had that discussion on the amount for milestones, we wanted to get it as close to the edge from hearing back from USED as possible. We've heard back from USED, this is the money that we need to comply with federal law to administer the milestones through winter.
So are you saying in the $7 million, in the 7.54, whatever it was, there was 1.5 million in that?
We had that same discussion at that point.
Yes or no,
in
was
rules.
1.5 million in there or
That's
not?
correct.
It was
That's why
it was a line item, budget item.
That was part of the board.
Was it in the
item.
budget that said Beacon 1.5 and that 7 is what he's asking?
We mentioned that you asked.
Not that
because
you
saw-
mentioned it, was it in the line item?
We're using found money?
The
Was-
board
I'd
approved
like
the
to see
item.
that last month's then
The board
budget
approved
item.
the item knowing that Beacon was a tool that was going to be
Matt,
funded
you're
by
not
that
asking,
initial.
that's a yes
Not
and
answering
no
my
kind of
question.
thing.
I'll
Well, you
just
know
say
it,
this.
Richard.
Listen, I'll sell this right now. I'm moving forward, what's ahead? Either, if we don't put the money out there, we cannot administer the test, okay? Now, if that's what you want to do,
No, that's
then
not what I
that's,
want to
then
do.
I'm
trying to ask
No,
a
I mean,
very
and I think the thing we heard, we heard from these superintendents today, though, is that because we have 180 school districts that have very different needs, from rural to they use different tools. They like different tools. The fact we're giving them a choice of different tools, at least that's what I heard from them, is that they like that. And that some things work for the small school system in Middle Georgia that might not work in Clayton County or in Marietta. I think we should vote. I move that we vote if we're there yet.
Can I ask to get a straight answer on whether the 7.5 was in the, or the 1.5 was in the
He
original?
said yes.
It was?
No, he said, you didn't
did
say
say
it
it.
was
He
a
said
line
yes to
item.
Mike.
No, he didn't.
He didn't say it was a line item. He said,
He said it was a discussion. I think he's asking to
It
see
was
if
in the
it was a line
description of the
item.
board item. It came up, it was a discussion I had with you and Mike as part of the Rules Committee. We talked about Beacon. I think we talked about the price of Beacon at that point, and the board approved the
line
item.
item is not specific, our financial system does not break out different pieces of the contract. It does on some things, but not for the DRC. DRC is a set contract amount. That is part of the DRC contract. So I don't think you can actually just earmark the whole Beacon out, because I also think that's the whole year.
Right.
They've already spent a lot of it, so that would require renegotiating the whole
I think in light of the
contract.
situation,
In
we need to
addition,
move on it.
they cut $5 million, not for Beacon. $5 million was cut for milestones. So when we go back and ask for $5 million, I don't know if we should change the structure. Well, they cut 10 and then they put 5 back.
And the legislature did earmark money for the assessment pilot. They earmarked about $200 and something thousand to support the technical advisory committee. So they did earmark money from the assessment budget to support that work. They did not go beyond that.
But when we decided when we got the waiver last year and we didn't give milestones, there was money that was in the hopper. So that money.
The legislature took that back.
Well, you gave it back okay.
Yes.
So.
We don't have that just
Leonte,
sitting.
he's never coming back.
We just don't have it sitting somewhere. Yeah, the legislature took that back.
Okay.
We don't just have it sitting there.
So when we were on that call with Beacon and talked about this program, Beacon starting up in September, because there were like 700 teachers, we were all listening to it.
Right.
How was it financed till then?
The board had approved an item, I believe, it was June and July, had approved an item that included Beacon, and that's why we were able to have that call with teachers announcing that we were going to roll out Beacon.
Okay, but what amount was it? I can't remember
It
then.
was the same amount that we've said. Yeah, I think the upfront setup was several million, but this year is the 1 point.
Oh, you talking about last year?
What was last year?
Just past year, the rollout. I think they're talking about the June.
And we got that funding from where? From which bucket up here?
Within the testing budget.
Right.
Within the testing
Yes.
budget, from Allison Shop?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're asking for that money to come,
That money isn't there.
that money's not there. It's not there.
When the legislature saw what everybody else did, which is we weren't going to administer milestones last spring, they took the savings from not administering the milestones assessment into the budget.
But what Mike's question, you said in the 7 million before, that was budgeted, but Beacon was in there, in the 7 million that we voted on.
for the
Now we're
setup.
adjusting this budget.
Right, I mean, you've already approved it. You've already approved the 1.5.
They're adjusting it because they didn't get the waiver.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that. I'm just trying to
The only
get-
reason we're asking for an increase is for the kids that are going to be taking the assessment through the winter administration.
Right, we signed a contract to do these activities through a certain period, which included the 7 million, which included the 1.5. All we can do is stop what we're doing in the future, which is the milestones in the spring. Don't get the additional $5 million, or we don't pass this, we can't test going forward. But everything that's already started is already included in the contract. I don't think you can go in unless you want to try to renegotiate
I
a
guess that's
contract.
getting to the root of my question is, I mean, how are we gonna administer Beacon in that, or what's the policy gonna be? Because there's gotta be a line of cost to it if we weren't able to do that, the contracts and.
Yeah.
It's in the contract, we've got the dollars in the contract, but we don't break that out as far as what we do on our purchase orders and stuff. We have a contracted amount for these certain activities.
And they're approving the price for Beacon based on the rest of the
Maybe we need to be a little bit more
contract.
thoughtful in our accounting.
This gets to a bigger issue, in Martha, and I said, of communication, dealing with it.
Just because something's on that paper doesn't mean that, yes,
I know.
we have responsibility.
I can barely hear the dialogue in the background.
We gotta make sure it goes right where it needs to go. We're not just
Sorry. Just saying that just because something's on this paper doesn't mean we vote yes on it, and especially during these times when resources are so tight, we need to make sure that everything is exactly as it needs to be, and we're just not flippantly throwing millions of dollars around. We need to be extremely strategic in where it goes and understanding where it goes so that we do the right thing with the taxpayers' money and for the children of the state of Georgia and for our teachers who are administering these tests.
But strategically, it wasn't a line item, so it just was lumped in there. So to what Martha was saying, it appeared that in the prior vote of the 7 million, that was already lumped. We did not understand it that way, and it wasn't worded. I'd like to go back. So the clarity was not there.
But in
and
the Rules Committee, we did discuss when that item came up. We
We
did
didn't have
discuss, we did discuss Beacon, and we discussed.
We hadn't had Rules Committee in months.
But I know when we initially adopted, when y'all approved the budget that included that setup for Beacon, we had a discussion around Beacon. We had a discussion around the price for Beacon.
Well, Matt.
This is not the first time we've had a discussion about Beacon and the cost.
I think we're going round
I
and
know,
round.
I know
We
it.
need to just,
We need, what we need to do is we don't even have a motion, a motion to approve this in a second, and let's wrap up the discussion, because we just can't do this
I
forever.
move to approve.
Say, Martha moves to approve, the contract amendment, is there a second?
I second.
Yeah,
Helen,
there's a second.
Fenna, second.
Let's wrap up this discussion. We can't do it forever.
I think we've discussed it.
All right, so is there an amendment? I mean, what's your pleasure, board?
I think we call the vote.
And I'm not the chairman, remember, I'm just the moderator, so.
Time to vote.
Anybody on the phone got anything to offer?
No, let's move on.
Okay, I'm with you.
How are we gonna do the vote on the phone? They're gonna call a roll?
We'll call roll, yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Sure.
have to call roll, and I
We're
believe,
not gonna have any other discussion. We're moving this from the vote.
Well, we're
No.
putting it up for a vote.
Yeah.
I mean, you can vote it down, you can vote it for it.
discuss, this is time to
As
discuss.
a point of order to Helen, we don't have to deal with this very often. I don't remember having to vote like this as a board in a long time, but, and to the point of order, if this amendment, if this vote were to fail, then there is a substitute amendment could be given to offer that to study more on that or that. I don't know. I mean, that's something, that's why I was trying to
Is there an alternative recommendation?
ask in that, so.
What is
We
the
have- we have to
alternative
vote-
recommendation?
We have to vote on
now
the motion
exiting.
first.
on
Then
the
if
floor.
it fails, then you can offer an alternative.
Alternate
You
recommendation.
can't offer an alternative while you're voting for the motion on the table.
I mean, I would like to move it all forward and just even
I
have.
have a question here, and this is probably more
Who's that?
from the superintendent and his staff. If there is a motion that is entertained as amendment to this that diverts funding from the item at hand for other purposes, what's the process for doing that? And the reason I'm saying that is, what's the justification for a particular dollar amount, for example? What is the actual use of those proceeds going to be for? And doing this stuff on the fly has flaws because of that reason, and clearly would merit more discussion if we're not supporting this. But I think it's not just casting a dollar amount for something like this without understanding the sources and the uses, and also the ability for us to deploy those funds differently from what's been recommended based on the budget parameters that we've been given by the state. So, Rusk and Superintendent Woods and everybody else, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I mean, my understanding, and Russ can chime in, and Allison, because they deal directly with this, we would have to totally renegotiate this contract.
That's what he just said.
Allison, you can confirm because you're the one that deals with. Are you on there?
Allison, can you confirm that we would have to renegotiate
Yeah,
the
I'm
contract?
here. Yeah, we would definitely have to renegotiate the contract, and I would just like to assure the board that I take our fiscal responsibility exceptionally seriously, especially in light of the budget cuts. We renegotiated all of our contracts. We made every change and modification we could to reduce costs to get our testing burden as low as possible. So despite the millions of dollars associated with this item, every penny is necessary for us to fulfill our state and federal testing obligations, as well as provide access to Beacon, which is an exceptionally important instructional resource for our district this school year.
What I think we can do to move this forward, if just 30 more seconds, is one, this has to be approved. This money's not even in our budget right now. This has to go to the legislature and be approved, correct?
No,
This is the last of testing funds that we have in our budget. We will have to request to go beyond March 31st. We're going to need to request about $5 million to continue the test in the spring.
Where I'm going at this is, I think I can get additional information on the time, and before we get to this legislative process and this year, before we're out of this, I think we can have additional productive discussions and do it in this, the board, where I'm going is, I think the board can have another bite at this apple, that we're not done here today. If we need to amend stuff, it's I think totally within the purview of this board and under Title 20 to be able to amend it and make recommendations, because all we're doing is making recommendations to the governor's office at the end of the day, really on budget, and then the funds that we're giving, we are the stewards of those, and
That's
we're
right.
the ones responsible. So we will be able to have another bite at this apple and to move this along and to, I think, have more productive. We're not getting anything settled here. To be more productive and get this done, I will support the amendment to move this forward, and we will be able to, I think I'm comfortable with being able to have another bite at this apple, and that we can have discussions based around all of this in total and not try to split this baby right now.
And Mike, to your point, and I've talked to many of you about this, one of the very intentional reasons I wanted to have a broader testing discussion today, as well as during our board retreat for these purposes. It'd be a great opportunity for us to get more background information on all of this stuff and develop a plan, really a long-range plan going forward. So that's all I have to say right now.
So in that, I'll call the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I will support this amendment.
Okay,
I think the question's been called, right?
I don't think we need to even call the question. There's a motion on the floor. Is there any controversy that we need to have a roll call vote or?
No, I don't
okay,
think
I
so.
agree with. I'm not hearing that. I like your final suggestion, Mr. Royal. Okay, Mr. Chairman, are you ready for us to vote?
I am.
Please ask everyone to speak into the microphones, please. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Long. Okay, acting for the chairman, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, thank you. Very good. Next, the State Board Rule 160-4-5-.02 Language Assistant Program for English Language Learners.
It is recommended the State Board of Education adopt the amendment to State Board of Education Rule 160-4-5-.02 Language Assistance Program for English Language Learners, ELs.
Is there a motion to
Make a motion.
support the board rule?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the language assistance rule. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, Mr. Chairman, you ready for us to vote?
Yes, sir.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 And any opposed, no.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right. Do you have the next state board rule?
State Board Rule 160-4-2-.13 statewide passing score. It is recommended the State Board of Education authorize the state school superintendent to initiate rulemaking procedures in accordance to the Georgia Administration Procedure Act so as to amend State Board of Education Rule 160-4-2-.13 statewide passing score.
Okay. So this is where our discussion
Right.
resumes that we were having earlier. This is the time for that discussion, and this is the proposal that.
Speak into the mic so they can hear.
Yeah, this is the proposal to go to the weight of the test to go to .01. Is that correct? Does everybody agree that's correct? Okay, that's what the proposal is. Is there a motion on that effect?
Make a motion, we approve, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mosley has made Dr. Mosley has made the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we need a motion and a second to discuss. Thank you. Discussion. Helen had asked earlier a couple of times, and I'm going to give you the floor. How do we come to .01? Because it's a relevant question, and if you still want to ask that.
I do want to ask it.
Again, going back to the beginning when we initially had a waiver that was presented to USED. Again, the waiver that was supported by myself and the governor of the state of Georgia. It was a request that we would be exempt from testing this school year. Of course, we know that USED did not accept that waiver. And so upon receiving that waiver, again, my position continues not to change. So again, as we look at the 0.01%, as we looked at law, by law, we had to give 8%. It had to be a number something greater than 0. 0.01 is about as close as to 0 as I could get. So again, initiating with my position that did not change, that is why that I dropped it down and present to you today for this. As I look at this and continuing to look at the 0.01%, I've looked and I've traveled throughout the state. I've met with people, I've met with superintendents, I've met with parents, I've met with teachers. And again, prior to this, again, as we initiated the waiver, everyone was asking about the waiver. They did not want to test, they did not feel that it was good. We have talked about reliability and viability on the test. I can tell you that anything we give, and we have to give a test, okay? I admit that we have to give the test. But because we have so many learning platforms and approaches to learning this year, these tests will not mean anything as far as information. As I've traveled throughout the state, and again, I think I'll draw upon Dr. Beasley. Dr. Beasley, has shared that the learning environment for those students that are completely online, and we have a lot of districts that continue to be online, but they are having to modify what they are teaching. There is no modification on the Milestones test. There's no way that we can separate what is going to be tested based on what our students are learning. Now, also, one of the things we look at, the why I firmly believe this is important, because it's best interest of kids. The only people that are hurt by this decision to make it 20%, make it higher, these are our children. We've heard about the individuals who have dual enrollment and things of this nature. That is a very real concern. It is a concern that we will continue to have to deal with. This is only a year that we are talking about this. But we are going to have to look at this so we do not double test these kids that are up in dual enrollment so they are penalized. But as we look at this as well with our young people, and one of the things you heard from our superintendents, if not alluded to all three, is that this is giving us time to teach. It is giving our teachers time to address many things besides learning. Now, we talk about what has been going on at home. And again, many of you are talking and champion mental health. That is a viable concern. Some of you, again, have even alluded to, a rise of suicide, and those are reports that I have heard. And I can tell you that, when you look at this and you look at teachers, that if we put this to the forefront, this is what we're going to see. One of the things that I saw that even throughout the years that with this high-stakes test, it becomes the driver of all things education. These teachers focus on it, they live by it, and it will be the only thing that they look at. Right now, we still have TEKS and leaks that is out there. So that accountability system has not gone away. And so that is something else that's up there on the plate that these folks have to deal with. And it's a very real thing that they have to deal with. As they shared, talking about, compassion over compliance. I'm just asking for a year. I'm not saying we're doing away with anything. But I think that throughout the state and what I've seen, there's just, again, I think it's just unconscionable that we give a test. But I have to give a test, okay? I'm going to follow federal law. But it does not mean that, as you heard, learning is not stopping. As a student and as a child and as a teacher, I didn't have to deal with this. And I think I turned out pretty good, and I think my students turned out pretty doggone good as well. And I think we could perhaps learn a lot that comes from that. So that's a motivating factor. I said, when we talk about accountability, I've always shared, if I have a teacher in a classroom, I have accountability. My faith is in the teachers of the state of Georgia. And the things that we are asking them to do, and especially, I could probably go get my office manager and the things that she tells me about, the people that she deals with. These people are doing above and beyond. They are doing work that is, basically, if not 2 or 3 times more work. This is something, again, when you look at teachers, we did not, and we have not prepared to go completely online. And the amount of time which is involved with this is that our teachers, when you talk about accountability, if we are going with teaks and leaks, it's unfair to them. I mean, we basically, again, listening, I think, to the Risa comment, everybody feels like they're a first-year teacher. Well, I know perhaps Miss Rice knows what that's like. Miss Finney knows what that's like, and I definitely know what that's like. And I can tell you, being a first real teacher is not a whole lot of fun. And I think trying to put these folks and just say, listen, just teach, just get to know your kids. When we're looking at, what's, available up there, and again, what we've heard today, people are excited, to have their kids back in school. And that's what I'm hearing across the state. Again, I've been in numerous schools. And it's just, I want to see my babies. I want to see what they're doing. I want to teach them. I want to instruct them. But I think adding an unnecessary burden on them, and to me, is unconscionable. We can make this. I mean, there are other tests. I mean, we talked about, we've heard. We know that, again, I know that MAP is something that a lot of our school systems use. They use other forms of assessment. And again, I can guarantee our larger districts have something that they're all already doing, and they probably have their own benchmark assessments that they are doing. So again, we know that, this is something that, continues to go on. We're not, discounting. I mean, learning is taking place. When I tell everyone I meet, I said, we are having school. But school looks a lot different. And I can tell you, it looks a whole lot different across the state. I've got some individuals, I don't even know if they're going to be even back the entire school year as far as any face-to-face opportunity. We deal with things that are, with quarantine, and that's another thing. I mean, we're having kids that are being pulled in, they're being pulled out. And so that is somewhat disruptive to the environment. We've had teachers that have had to face that. And so I think that is, again, more of trying to look at the compassion of why did I go down to 1%? Be honest, it's as low as I could get it, and still trying to accomplish my original intent with the waiver. Because in my heart, as a teacher, as an administrator, as the school superintendent, I believe it is the right thing to do. My passion has not moved and has not wavered. Now, I have to, again, come to you, and that's what I'm asking. And this is, the reason why, and as I've shared, I think, I feel like I've been pretty articulate throughout this whole thing about my belief in what I've done and where I believe that we need to go as a state. And we're going to have a test. That much I know. But I think that we can look past that test and think about what's best for our kids. And because I can guarantee you, this information we get, it will not be any good. And you can look at it because how are you going to disaggregate it and pull it out? We don't have that ability to do that. I mean, I don't know how many different ways we're going to look at trying to pull out, well, how many kids was in school X amount of days, how many schools were not in X amount of days, how many schools, did you start, fully online and then you eventually began to roll out. I mean, you've heard here, even with Dr. Rivera, I mean, they're basically rolling a little bit back in. And they just getting to K-5, I think, from what I heard. Well, last time I checked, we still have 6-12 that we got to deal with. And those are plans that are out there. So again, the reason why I share with you 1.01%, it's the best I could do. If I could have brought it down to 0, I would have done that. But that's where I'm at.
Richard, let me ask you this. The systems that, the non-end of course tests, those teachers that are teaching in there, they have end of course tests too, and they count 20%. So
They don't count 20%.
what do some of them, some count 20?
They're 0%.
Are
They
you
don't count
positive
as
on
part
that?
of the student's grade. The only assessments that are part of a student's grade is the end-of-course assessments for high school students, and that's 20%.
Non-end of course tests. This was sent to me that, what about the
That's-
non-end of course
That's
test?
not a state
Yeah,
requirement.
that may be local. I mean, you may
So
have finals.
they would drop that. You think locals would drop those non-end of course?
Likely for the high school students, likely so.
Okay, and I'm just if we're gonna give a test, so how are we gonna how are we gonna make lemonade with the test? Instead of, that old saying, having the test, what will it tell us as a school system?
It's going to tell us the same whether it's 20% or whether it's 0.01, because they're still going to take,
disagree completely.
they're still going to take
Strongly
the
disagree.
assessment.
Well, again, I go back to the point. The information you get from this test is going to be invalid.
I disagree with that.
superintendents Tell me, I've had people that have had decades, I've had people that I don't want to mention because they may get in trouble, tell me that they wholeheartedly disagree with that statement.
And that's fine. That's quite all right. And I've had decades of experience in education myself. I've been testing coordinators, I've been of this nature. But I know what I've been hearing across the board. And again, this is I mean, you decide to do, keep it as it is, then it is your purview as the board. All I did is I just asked and I said, this is what I'm presenting to you. And I leave it into your hands.
Mr. Chairman, you've heard the position of the state school superintendent, and I would give him an A+ on his explanation of why, and I think we all know what we're dealing with. Let's vote it up or down and move on.
We will continue discussion. Thank you, Dr. Mosley. We'll continue discussion till everybody's clear. Everybody, and then actually we have a board member that's out of the room right
But
now.
you're right, and I can tell you after serving, I will never, ever, ever question your heart, Superintendent Woods. Never. The making of public policy is difficult. The most difficult thing we have to do, I think, as a board is make public policy for 181, including the prison districts, and then over 100 charter schools on there. I guess where I do disagree with and have people reinforce my gut on it, and Beasley talked about reliability and validity, and the validity is compromised. The learning loss is real. Understand the value of content mastery. If we have something that is statistically insignificant, I think you're 1,000% right. And that's what has been shared with me. And, Matt brought up fourth graders. This is 0. But I can tell you, after having teenagers, 11th graders, if it counts for 0.01, that lady's daughter or son isn't going to snowball or Christmas tree it, and I don't think my 15-year-old will Christmas tree it because she's trying to achieve the highest she can. But I know I've got kids over at my house last night for her birthday that will Christmas tree that thing faster than your head can spin. And I'm not ready to give up on this year. I'm not ready to give up on this semester. I'm not, and you mentioned, you just mentioned
The only thing this 20%
it's my turn. Having them back in school, you mentioned it. Gwinnett is doing a fantastic job. Forsyth is doing a fantastic job. Beaufort City is doing a fantastic job. Hall is doing a fantastic job of in-person. I actually think the numbers in DeKalb where they're not in school as far as per thousand are less than they are in Forsyth right now. They figured it out. I asked superintendents, what's your quarantine rate right now? It dropped from 2% to 1%. They are teaching and learning. And what about the districts who busted their butt all summer to plan and prepare to get these kids back to school and have done a fantastic job, who want that data to make a statewide rule that it doesn't matter and it doesn't, that's where I disagree. The objective measures is what you get out of this. What's breaking my heart right now? What is breaking my heart right now is those kids in poverty or that don't have a parent that care, the gap that's growing on them. And I know what we get out of these tests is data. It is objective data that can help us, and we can see, we'll be able to see what counties get better, but to your point of compassion and compliance, should we use that data to hold back students because they didn't have a parent at home trying to get them on it? Absolutely not. We need to have compassion for those kids, and the parents the teachers and the administrators need to be making decisions on whether those kids are not a test score. Right now, heck no. Heck no. Should we be holding teachers accountable? All right, I want to phrase it a little different because words matter. Should we be punishing teachers because their kids don't do well? Absolutely not. We've got to be compassionate about that and having a response. But what I do know as a fact, an undisputable fact, I've been on this board 10 years, and I have watched our accountability based on high stakes testing, some of it, and I still don't know what the definition of high stakes testing is, where it is. Our accountability has been as stringent or more stringent than anybody in the country, and we have gone from 48th to, where are we, 23rd, 22nd. Our African American kids are kicking butt in the top 10, top 5 on SAT, ACT, and NAEP. What we've been doing is working, and I believe part of it is accountability. A key part of it is accountability. And Superintendent Woods, I agree with you, too, that for this year, I think 20% this year is too much. But am I willing to throw it in to zero? Statistically, is what it is. No. And I guess that's where I agree. One, and looking you again straight now, I will never doubt your heart and your compassion. I guess I have a fundamental policy difference on whether to go to zero is the right thing. Not that we shouldn't have compassion, not that we shouldn't waive promotion and retention, not that we shouldn't hold it against. All that is absolutely. But on the accountability, I would support, and I was throwing out the lowest I will support and vote, and then I may lose, and if I do, I got to have my say, and I'll go away. It won't go away mad. I'll be disappointed. I'll go away. The lowest I will support is 10%. Because to me, 10% is still statistically significant. It lessens the burden that lays.
You're breaking up, and those of us online can barely hear.
Okay. I was telling the superintendent the least that I will support, and you may lose, and that's fine. We're a board, and I will support what this board does. But 10% is the least that I will vote for because I believe that's still statistically significant. And
We have to vote, don't we have to vote on the question first before we go to that?
So
Okay, got
so-
it. I just want to be
Yeah,
sure I'm
we're-
clear.
We're not taking an amendment. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you're making a statement. I
I'm making a
understand what you're
statement. I'm kind of throwing
Cannot
out,
hear you.
I guess I'm kind of throwing out an alternate amendment.
I'm sorry, I had
But
to take
wait,
a little,
don't-
convenience break, sorry.
Because I'm not cutting off the discussion, but I am going to make a
think
motion
you're
here.
No,
Anybody want to say anything else? Because I can make a motion because I'm not the chairman.
I'd like to.
Yeah.
Mr. Royal literally must have read the notes that I've been making here. I agree very much with a lot of almost everything he was saying. And the input that I've gotten from my principals and superintendents and teachers has supported the statement that 20% is punitive. It is. I don't think maybe there's someone here that disagrees, but under these circumstances, definitely. But to make it statistically insignificant, I literally had a superintendent tell me, one of their principals said, "We just won't take the test." And the superintendent said, "Well, no, you have to take the test." He's like, "We'll just fill it out." So, okay, what? Not only is that wrong, what is that teaching our children? What are we telling our kids? We're gonna pull you out of class for 2 days. We're going to make you go through this expensive, troublesome, test, but it's not really counting for anything. So, it doesn't. That keeps coming back to me. I agree wholeheartedly with your statement that it's about the kids. I disagree on the data being useful. It may not be compatible, which I believe is what the assessment report said. It may not be compatible data with previous and following years, but I do believe that it's for the very reason that we are enduring all of these hardships, and there's such a disparate approach across the board of all of our districts to how this is being done. I think we need, as I said earlier, I used the term a snapshot. I think we need a snapshot of this moment in time to see where we are, and something that matters. Again, he mentioned, one of the superintendents mentioned, well, the NWEA is saying, there's going to definitely be regression, about 20%, but not with us. Well, how do you know? How do we know that he's not regressing 20%? Or how do we know that anyone is regressing more? I I fully agree with that, with most of what, with all of what Mr. Royal said. I just feel that another thing I agree with you stated, Superintendent Woods, is there's going to be a test. We got to take the test. So unless there is a change, and who knows, there may be a reprieve from the last minute from on high. We don't know. But as it stands, we've got to go through this process. We've got to take this test, and I think, to Ms. Rice's point, we've got to try to make lemonade of it as much as possible. I think to go through the motions for zero gain is to do something in vain, and I don't think that sends a message that we want to send to the children of Georgia, that we're going through the motions on this, because this is the way government works. Sometimes we just don't agree, and this is how we do it, so we just make it useless. I don't think that's the right message to send. I really don't. And again, I fully agree with Mr. Royal in the very sense that I don't in any way question your heart. But I just disagree on that point, and that's why I cannot support making a statistically insignificant assessment part of our year.
But the 20% or the .01 is just the percent it counts towards the child's overall grade, correct?
Right, and the other 80% could well be adjusted by local.
Yeah, so, I mean, the child still takes the test. The child still gets the grade on the test. The child still knows how they did on the test independently of how we're going to weight it. So they know whether they knew the material or not. The child, and I'm just saying that it is still statistically, just because it doesn't go into the statistical weight of the grade,
Exactly.
It is still statistically important because the child will know how he or she did on that test.
There's no incentive with a weight attached.
Maybe,
I have again, your child, my child.
This woman's child that she talked about earlier, he said he will work hard on this test whether he did, I think that,
Yeah,
I think we're
he's also the
assuming
son
something.
of a doctorate with 2 masters, if you didn't catch. I mean,
What
he's
I'm
got
saying is
40
I
hours
would-
of college credit.
I think we're making assumptions. I mean, I work with data all the time. I think that this still would be significant. It just would not be comparable, as you would say before. And I know you're shaking your head and you disagree with me, and that's okay. But I think we've got a motion and a second. We ought to take a vote.
And I'm going to, under Robert's rules, let me tell you why I'm going to do this. We suffer from a lack of knowledge of really what we should do here. And I do. I see 20% here. I see .01. I'm feeling like, yes, 20%, that's too much. .01, making it insignificant, I think it's going to be treated insignificantly. And with all due respect, that's just, I know from life, I know from experience, what gets measured gets done. And so we've only had, 4 days to think about it. We found out about this Monday, was that right? Friday out, whatever. So we've had less than a week even to consider, to talk to people. I know some of you have talked to superintendents and principals, and those are important. Those things are important to get what their sense of it is. They've got to live with it. Talk to parents and students. I think those things are important for us to do. And under Robert's rules, I'm going to make a motion, and that's the move to postpone the main motion to the State Board of Education meeting scheduled for November 19th.
Scott, could I just ask a quick question?
You may.
This item is just to post it for public comment for 30 days. It's not to adopt the rule, correct? This is just to initiate the rulemaking, and so it would be posted for 30 days before the board actually would approve the recommendation and the change to the rule. Is that correct? That's my understanding, that the board isn't voting to adopt it today.
Yeah, it's not an adoption.
They're voting
That's
to
right.
initiate the rulemaking process, which we'll have 30 days of public comment, and then we'll come back again in November for the board to take this up based on public comment.
And that may be so, but my motion stands because personally, I'm not comfortable with moving forward even to post a .01 proposal. we are not
All right, is there,
Second.
is
Mr.
there,
Chairman?
is there a, first of all, is there a second for
Trey seconds it.
Mr. Johnson's?
Mr. Allen seconds.
All right,
Okay, now discussion on the,
so,
on the move to postpone. Mr. Chairman, yes, it's yours, yeah.
yes, I've got a specific question for the superintendent and, Mr. Jones, with regard to timing. I understand the 30-day posting and so forth. What happens, let's say, for example, and state board rules for new board members, they must be posted for 30 days before adoption. So if we do postpone this to our next meeting in November, the rule itself cannot be adopted until the December timeframe at the earliest. And I need to understand, I think the board needs to understand what impact that uncertainty would have on the education community.
Currently, what would take place is that if the board rule is not approved by X day, then you will have some schools or students that will take an EOC.
Or 20%.
That are on block, probably.
If they're on block, I mean.
If they're on block.
If they're on block scheduling.
So we might have to have a call.
Well, they gotta take it, it's just they won't know how much it's gonna count.
I mean, as far as now, again, if it is not taken, again, I do not know if you can grandfather in, but if they take it, as it stands right now, it will be 20%.
So what I don't disagree with the information, I'm just asking to the latest.
I can't hear the comment.
And frankly, to my daughter's problem. My oldest daughter, not my middle daughter, she did a Christmas treat it, but my youngest daughter, she'll do what she can. I'm sorry, Mackenzie, but that's the truth.
Well, excuse me, I'm just looking at a time frame.
That's what I'm saying.
Today is October 1st.
If we approve a table to motion, we could have kids going into this not knowing.
In
whether
4
it's
weeks, in about 4 weeks.
Well, I think that what you can find is that because the next board meeting is November 19th. You have to have 30 days to post, okay? So you will have your December board meeting past that. And so, and this after, and then by the 19th, probably at that, I mean, they have to have the test and all that. So if, I mean, at the schedule of what is being proposed, I feel relatively certain that anyone taking it on their block schedule will be at 20%. That will not change. Because I don't think that, I don't think you can go back and arbitrarily move things. Again, I could be wrong on that. But I just say that is because the December board meeting, I mean, I think you meet before the 19th.
Yeah.
So
Still,
that's,
that won't give kids, that won't.
no, I would have to say that I would go under the assumption that you will take the EOC and it will be 20%.
And then if the rule is changed, other students will get.
Yes.
Unless you
grandfather it back.
That may not be fair to the students, that motion.
Can everyone please speak into the microphones? We in telephone land cannot hear half the speakers.
Okay, basically to summarize, if we were to table this, then it would only go to the December meeting, and then it would, November meeting, then it would have to be tabled for 30 days before we could vote on it, and by that time, we've got kids that have already taken it, and you're at the end of the first semester, of the school year, first half, and then it would basically, by virtue of doing that, you're basically ensuring it stays at 20%.
Those students is 20%.
Yeah, by us tabling
I don't
it.
think that's,
They're on block.
I don't think that's a tenable system for students.
Yeah.
But then,
May I
Mr.
weigh
Chairman,
in, please?
yeah, please.
Of course.
Mr. Johnson, may I weigh in, please?
You may, sir.
Yes, Mike.
I have been here the whole time and have been pondering and looking at things, and I'm just because Mike and I are friends is not why I'm going with that. But to me, that's a 50-50 compromise where we're going from 20 to 0 back to 10. I would love to make a motion, if possible, or tell me the Robert's rules on that. If we could amend the motion to where the score does count 10% EOCT, and we have some merit to it. And I think that if we did a straw poll in 15 seconds across the state of Georgia, I think everyone would be fine with that. You've got to have some accountability in that somewhere. And I believe 10% is a happy medium we could agree on. That's my way in from down in Jessup, Georgia.
Mike, we have to entertain the motion on the table first that Mr. Johnson has proffered, which is the postponement.
Unless you
I can
withdraw
withdraw
it.
it. Yeah.
You withdraw
So,
I understand.
based on the challenges with the timeline, I withdraw the motion for now.
And he
But don't we have a
But it
motion
was-
on the
it was the-
table on
it
the?
was the best
Motion
solution.
in the motion, yes. Now we go back out.
Now we go back to the original
Now we're got to the
motion.
main
Sorry,
motion,
I'm
which
just-
we are at, the motion is to go to, from the current 20% to the proposed .01.
For 30 days, not to go there.
To be
For it to be
posted.
posted, right.
Post it at,
Right.
at 30, at the 20. Would you consider, who made the motion? Who?
I
Mike.
made the motion
actually make
and
that
I
motion,
think
or we
Fenna
talking-
seconded.
She did, she made the motion. Would you consider meaning the posting to 10%? I mean, no,
I
it's
don't
not-
have a
you're
prob-
not-
I don't have a problem with that. I understand, though, the thought process of what Superintendent Woods is trying to do here. And I think it has merit,
does.
okay? But I am certainly happy to move this process along to make that amendment. I have no problem with that. I think that the most important thing is that it gets there in time for it to have the 30 days, and then we can have the appropriate discussion about it next time. And we have a board retreat in between too, where maybe we could set some time aside to talk about some of these issues.
Martha, let me just say this.
Dinner after a couple of drinks. No.
Let me just say this about, if we post it this way and it gets a lot of hits, and like the health standards, we posted the health standards for 30 days. They got too many hits that needed to be retracted. So you could come into the same thing with this, that we post it, and there are too many comments, and we have to go back and rewrite it and post it again. So we're not doing ourselves any favor. We're down the road again, too long to wait. So to me, let's, I don't know how Richard feels about the 10%, but that seems to be a compromise, if we could compromise or whatever. But to me, whatever we post needs to be what we are in a majority agreement about, because
That's what we're saying.
we weren't saying that, Mike. No, we weren't. We were saying,
He was in the process of asking her to amend her motion to 10%.
I mean, I'm not good with it.
My point on the 10%, well, that is each side giving 50-50 to the middle, which I think is a great compromise.
That was my thought, Mike, so we're on the same page.
So now, just as a point of order, we stand with the 20% unless you wish to amend your motion.
Okay, yeah, to the point of order, I've asked Mrs. Aller if she'll amend the motion on the posting to 10%.
Right, and not from 20 to 10, but from .01 to 10.
Exactly.
Because the
Right.
motion, yeah.
The motion,
Yeah, that's
exactly.
correct.
Sorry, I apologize, you're right.
No, you don't have to apologize. It's just, when you start numbers, they can get confusing. Sorry, got to talk in the mic.
But the superintendent's position on it?
I mean, my position holds, so I didn't move.
Gotcha.
It's up- that's the board.
So Scott, what is the appropriate thing to do? I mean, we do have a motion on the floor for the, as it stands. We've had discussion about changing it, but should we just take a vote on how the motion is and then, and then see where we are?
Well,
Because you could have a majority that supports the .01.
We can vote .01, we can vote .01 and see if it passes.
That's why it's your
and
call.
then-
I mean,
Or we can. or
I'm
we can
asking
amend
because
that-
the Roberts rule,
Or
that's,
we can amend the motion of .01 to whatever the board, whatever a member of the board.
Right now, you have the
proposes,
motion, it is
and then
all
we
up to
have
you.
to- and
You can withdraw your
If we change it to 10, you can withdraw your,
She could, but that's a
you
third.
can, we can, if we can change it to 10, but it's got, really needs to be it needs to be an amendment. It needs to be a.
Chairman, I'll make a motion to amend the motion that's on the table from .01 to 10%.
And now she has to accept that as the
No,
person that made the
no.
motion, doesn't she?
no, she doesn't.
She doesn't now.
No, she doesn't. You
It's
vote
an
on
amendment.
that.
I'd like to be the
Amendment to the
queen.
motion.
You vote on that, yeah, you vote on that motion, and then if it change, then we go vote on the amendment.
Original.
We would need 2 votes.
Okay, I'm sorry, you're just putting the amendment up as a second vote before we're done with the first, which is not something I'm used to.
To amend her motion.
To amend her motion to 10%. Right. First motion.
The other possibility here is looking at that calendar, if we need more information to make a good decision, we could do this in a called meeting.
Yeah. Well, by doing this, this gives us, as to
The
Mark's
post,
this
yeah.
gives us the retreat to discuss it, and then we get the comment, and then we make our final vote at December. This gives us 30 days to.
But you can't change it from 10%, right? Once we initiate today, it's locked in.
Well, you're posting it
You
at
wouldn't be
10.
able to change the 10% in time for the kids taking the winter EOCs,
Do-
right? It's pretty much locking in 10% for those kids taking the
It's no
winter
different
EOCs.
than the .01. If you voted today on .01, it'd go 30 days, but we're saying,
I believe the law says, going back to some previous ones in there, if we make and I guess it would be subjective, if you make a significant change to
Yeah.
the posted rule, then it has to be reposted. When we were going through Common Core, we were making changes on the fly, and I remember that, and it's up to this board to determine, and then someone could somebody could legally challenge it, but it's up to this board to determine what is statistically or significant. If we were to make a significant change if we say 10% and then make a significant change based in our opinion, then we would have to repost for 30 days. But it could, and this is just my opinion, and Susan, it's up to this board to determine, but if it went from .10 to .01, I would say that's a major change. Mr. Jones, I'm going to agree with you. That's a good point on that, because that is.
May I ask a question since we're still in discussion?
Sir, go ahead, Mike.
Thank you. So if we do change this and we just happen to go to the route of rerouting this to 10%, is there a way that we could make that a statewide rule for adoption for 30 days? And then if it did pass and there were some districts could request a waiver, is that something they could do? Is that just beating this horse too far down the road? Thank you.
what are they going to request a waiver for?
Did it make sense what I'm saying? If we went ahead and if we passed something statewide, but people that have had more virtual issues than some other counties that are in school and more attentive with face-to-face instruction, they could apply for a waiver to go to to Richard's suggestion. I'm just throwing more.
Allowing for yes, Mike. Allowing for more flexibility. That's what I was thinking as well.
We have a.
Can we allow for some more flexibility?
I think the
There
challenge.
you go. Thank you, Kenneth.
I think that's an idea to throw out, but the challenge is GPA, class ranking, admissions into college, all that is worth that 20% currently of a student's average. And so if you start some districts, it's not worth 20%, and other districts it is 20 or 10%.
That's a good point.
And that's kind of this concern we have overall with this 20%, with everything going on, is you're impacting more than just, it's 20% of a child's grade. This is their access to scholarships, this is their grade point average, and for most of these kids, they have not had a choice in the instructional model they've been thrown into. It's either been offered by the district or the parents have made that choice based on their work environment and their work situation. So you've had kids doing all virtual, face-to-face, and hybrid. They hadn't had the choice in all those things. And now 20% of their grade is going to end up being part of this test, and that's not going to be high stakes in the way of, we talked about what does high stakes mean? It means not having access to the Hope Scholarship, not having access to the Zell Miller Scholarship, or access to colleges and universities. That's what this 20% means for these kids. And talking about 10% is still an entire grade level for these kids. And every point matters for these opportunities that these kids have for this year. So it's high stakes for these high schoolers, these exams. It's not just a everyday exam they're just going to take and move on. And the doors we're going to close arbitrarily, based on an unprecedented time, is going to impact a student's life for the rest of their life.
Matt, you bring up an excellent point, and this has a lot to do with the college application process, and particularly for those schools that are on block schedules or those that are taking any semester level courses. What I really am, and at the beginning of this, I said, I don't know what the right answer is. But what I'm hearing is that if, let's say, for example, we adopt this recommendation at 10%, and all of a sudden we get flooded and flooded and flooded with tremendous feedback that says, no, this is a bad decision, wrong decision. And to Mike's point is making a change. We're going to have to come back and, put this back out there. I have not heard a single person within my communities reach out to tell me and say, we need more testing. And tell you another thing as well is that with a fifth grade elementary school teacher that's a dear friend of my family's, today, and this is in a great elementary school, the Blue Ribbon School Award winner and so forth. She said that she is delivering a grand total of about 3 hours of math education on a weekly basis in a virtual environment versus what typically was about 6 hours of education in a face-to-face environment. And we've been at school now since August on the face-to-face level in some areas. It's not the ideal situation. COVID 2020, nobody expected. Nobody wanted it. We took a reactionary mode for the better part of 7 months. We shut down schools across the state. And still many are not fully reverted to face-to-face education. We know there are disadvantages where students aren't even logging in. We know that there's a challenge for students as well. And I'm just struggling with the fact of holding students accountable, particularly at the high school level, for high stakes testing in this environment. Now, I pray and pray and pray daily that we'll be past this and that we'll return to a better school year next school year with regard to face-to-face education and some return to normal education. But in the near term, we have to deal with what's occurred in the past few months relative to intermittent rollouts, part-time rollouts, digital issues, and so forth, overcoming learning, teachers coming in and out of school. And we all know the challenges. I have a real difficult time holding students accountable, holding teachers accountable for this compromised learning environment. Mike, to your point, there are schools that are knocking the ball out of the park and they're doing a great job. Statewide challenges, broad-scale challenges, significantly exist. And we heard from several superintendents today talking about the challenges that they have, that learning is still occurring and that they will find ways to hold their students accountable. Martha, you said that you've got students that are still going to be taking the test. These tests will still be taken. Districts can still use those for learning purposes. Richard has not recommended that the tests go away. They have to be administered. It's a federal requirement. I think the number becomes almost a moot point. What I really, really dislike is coming in on the fly. First of all, we have a superintendent's recommendation. We're either going to accept his recommendation or not. If we don't accept his recommendation, it's not his recommendation, it's the board's recommendation. And so we're just going to throw a number out here, and I'm hearing 10% potentially. And yet we may get some feedback that says that's just a horrible idea, and we're just kicking the can down the road. And we may very well be in the same spot. I mean, for example, if we go out here and we put this out at 1% today, just for a posting purposes, how many people across the state are going to be pinging each and every member of the board and the Georgia Department of Education saying, we need more testing? I think the number is far, far less than some might expect. I'm not hearing a clamoring for more testing. Mike, to your point about the Christmas tree situation, I easily can see I can see not taking these things seriously and people go straight down the line and just doing a Christmas tree on a test. And, it's meaningless. And that's unfortunate. But I think districts and we're all about local control, finding a way to make those tests meaningful in some way, shape, or form to cater to their individual student populations is probably in their best interest. And then also have that flexibility from that 1% margin, the 6% that was recommended. So my personal feeling is that I am not supportive of moving forward with 10% recommendation, and that's how I will cast my vote. But I want to make sure that I got my comments out here before anybody else had a chance to weigh in as well. So, Mr. Johnson, I'll turn it back to you.
And Ms. Zoll.
You know, Scott, I agree with you, and I've been thinking a lot about what Superintendent Wood said, because I think we all agreed in applying for the waiver. You know, whether we voted on it or we did whatever, we all agreed as a board that we wanted to apply for a waiver because of this COVID situation. And I agree with Scott, people don't want more testing. So I think the best way to proceed would be to vote on the motion that we have now, which is based on how it's written with the 0.01%. If it passes, then it gets posted and we get comments on it. If it doesn't pass, then we can talk about an alternative.
Scott, you did make one point.
And we have to vote on the 10% motion that's on the table currently.
Well, the 20 was on first. The 10% is a
Was an amendment to the
replacement.
motion.
It's a replacement motion is what it is.
And I'll withdraw that, because I think what we need to do is vote on the 01, and if that fails, we can vote on 10 and do
Yep.
that. I'll
And
withdraw.
I think we need to go on.
Yeah, I'll
Yep.
withdraw that amendment. The only thing you mentioned that we didn't have talk about, Scott, and
Closer.
yeah, the only thing you mentioned, Scott, that we haven't talked about is, you've never heard somebody say we need more testing. I've been voting for 10 years on accountability, and like it or not, testing is one of the best objective measures we have to evaluate performance based on standards. I have never, in all the votes I've had to cast on it, had somebody tell me we need more testing. I've been called everything but a good Christian man for voting for some of the testing that we've done. And I guess that's just where I would respectfully disagree, with you. No, I can't disagree because no one's going to say, we need more testing. What I'm arguing for and trying to do is not get rid. I'm not ready to throw out this year and say it doesn't matter and it's statistically insignificant and the data we get and can't. And 10%. And it may affect somebody getting the hope, and it may not. Those kids should be preparing. They know it. They've been doing it. This lady's got her kid reading 100-page thing. She's doing it. And I have a hope that if we do this, and it is 10%, some of these districts that don't have the option for parents to go in home may buck up and say, you know what, we need to do better. I had a superintendent tell me I've got an advantage because we're in person over the ones that are digital. But does that mean that we don't do it as far as state policy for the entire state of Georgia? And I'll be voting no on the 0.01. I don't think 10 is just arbitrary. It's statistically significant. It's double digits. It's part of one part of a test that is part of their grade. And to do it, and that's, and I withdraw my motion for the change.
Had great discussion. I'm not going to cut it off, but we are going to have to vote. And we all know that there's a point to where students and all of us in life live up to expectations, and if we tell them there's no expectation.
Well, I don't think we're telling them that,
think
but
we
that's what we're going to decide.
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to vote. Any further discussion? All right. We're going to have to have a roll call vote, obviously, on this.
And this is on 0.01
Yep.
to post 0.01, whether we post it or
Original
not.
motion to 0.01. I've got everybody's name written down here.
Actually,
No certain order. Okay.
Mr. Johnson, hold on a second.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
You actually, you have the main motion, which is 0.01, and you have an amended.
I withdrew the amendment.
He withdrew it,
I withdrew
Scott.
the amendment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I withdrew the amendment, Scott,
with
so we
the,
can just go, to keep it simpler, I withdrew that motion, and that's what I'm glad you did. I withdrew that motion. So a yes vote on this is to approve the posting at 0.01. A no vote is not, and if you vote no, I'm going to make a motion to amend it to 0.10 to 10%. So,
No,
Yeah, not point one, that'd be.
10%.
Yeah, you're right.
So are you going to call the roll, Scott?
I am, and I got everybody's
Well,
name
what's our
written here.
quorum right now? How many votes?
Well,
Yeah.
I think we have, I
we
know
have
that
everyone but
Jason Downey's on the line.
Jason and
or,
Leonte, right?
Leonte.
Right.
So we got
Jason
12.
is gone, right? He's not on the line.
11.
So we
That's
have,
11.
I thought we had 14.
Should have 12.
Oh, 12. So we have 12. Two people are gone.
just
So on
just
the-
to
on the-
confirm, Jason, you're not back, right? You're Jason Downey. Okay, all right, so.
So it would take a vote of 7 to approve.
I just jotted everybody's name down here, and this is no particular order. Mike Royal,
No.
Lisa Kennemore,
No.
Helen Rice,
No.
Trey Allen,
no.
Leanne Cowart. Benna,
Yes.
Martha.
Yes.
All right.
David Mosley.
Butch
He's now
Mosley, I'm getting to you, Mr. Mosley, Dr. Mosley. Your vote?
He just left the call, Scott.
I think he said yes.
Yeah, I got bounced out earlier.
Okay. I think we know how he's
Try
going
to
to
come back to him if he's on.
All right,
It may not matter.
Kenneth Mason,
No.
Mike Long,
No.
Scott Sweeney,
Yes.
Butch, are you back? Butch Mosley. Okay, Scott Johnson votes no. Motion fails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of 12. Say vote no. Motion fails.
Butch wasn't there, but it's.
3.
Even presuming it's a
Even
yes, it
presuming
won't-
he would voted yes, the
We
motion
wouldn't
fails.
change the vote.
Okay, the motion, the main motion on the table has failed, and,
I would like to make a replacement motion
okay. Mr. Allen,
to move forward with the same wording, replacing 0.01% with 10%.
I'll second that motion.
okay? It's been moved by Mr. Trey Allen and seconded by Mr. Mike Royal that the motion with the same purpose be put forth, replacing only the percentage from 0.01 to 10%. Is everybody clear on that? I don't have the motion to read it.
Yeah, and this is for posting purposes.
This is
only.
for posting purposes. This is not final. Discussion.
Okay.
I'm not hearing any discussion.
Maybe discussed out.
So,
Obviously, we've,
did you want to vote yes or no?
We already know. Okay.
so duly noted. Okay, so the vote was 8-4.
Dollar number, okay?
Okay,
You might want to just hold him. We're about to vote
Yeah,
again,
why not
Debbie.
just-
Hey, are you able to just hold on here?
now,
Because now they've made
you
a
know,
motion.
you know what the motion is. It's been moved and seconded. If you don't vote if you vote no on this one, we can take another number, or we can go home, whatever.
Well, if we continue to vote no, then it remains at 20%, which is where it sits.
Or we go home and it remains 20%. Yeah, that's right. If we fail to pass anything. Are you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll call the roll. Mr. Chairman, you're good? You're keeping up with us?
I
You say
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. All right. Mike Royal,
Yes.
Lisa Kennamore,
Yes.
Ellen Rice,
Yes.
Ray Allen.
Yes.
Your motion. Leanne Coward. Kenneth Mason. Kenneth?
Yes.
You, Kenneth, you say yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mike Long.
Yes.
Finnepetti.
No.
Martha.
Yes.
Mr. Mosley, Butch Mosley. Chairman Sweeney.
No.
Scott Johnson is a yes. Motion passes with 9 affirmative votes and 3 negative, 3 against.
Dissenting.
Okay? We put that one to bed.
Posted, okay? Thanks.
Ms. Kennamore.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's easy. It is recommended that the State Board of Education remand with instructions the decision of the local board in case number 2020-32.
Individual case 2020-32. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
Aye.
Okay, passes. Ms. Kennamore.
Okay. It is recommended that the State Board of Education reverse the decision of the local board in case number 2020-33.
Individual legal case 2020-33. Is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Moved and seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? No.
Aye.
All right. We have disposed of our legal case executive items. Is there other business for this board to consider? I hear none, Mr. Chairman. I turn it to you for any other remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. I sincerely appreciate your assistance today and for everybody's tenacity for this meeting and the important items that we've covered. I wish you all the best, and I have no further comments. And Mr. Johnson, without further ado, if there's no objection, the meeting is adjourned.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion that's moved and seconded to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Last word. Only because.
Thank you, everyone.